Hey! Sorry, let me turn down the jams. I thought I had a little bit of time before everybody got in. Mega Boss, good morning. What ho, friend? I hope you are ready for incredibly teeny tiny breakdowns of giant robot trailers. No, I'm not going to go full Armored Core unless people ask me to. You've been playing Spleen? A haunting visage? What an upsetting concept. How are you? How has Splatoon 3 been treating you? And Wolfgran, Stammering Gamer, what ho, friends! Shaunus, good morning. What ho, hello. Crux coming in. They're just good squids, Brent.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Evening.
And a good evening to you, Kimble. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. How many months is that? 33. Fucking y'all. Again, anybody that met me in the real...
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And Delzet, thank you for 50. How are you doing? Wolfcrag kicking it off by filling the pint glass like a feckin' legend. So sorry. Kybal, Delzet, thank you both for monstrous, +year subsprees. That's feckin' cool. Kybal, I am surprised that you have not only put up with me over the years, but actively choose to continue to do so on the internet, which is very surprising. Let's see, Mega Boss, for Splatoon 3, you need to be putting the fluid into gender fluids, because... You're welcome. I'm not even charging for that one. I'm not even charging like a consultancy. Vanderbeast, Watto, and welcome! Catastros, hello, hello! Fiona, good morning, from the other room. I'm trying to find a really good clip from our Subnautica crowd control stream. Ozymandias, sadly yes, and it's never a good time. Mega Boss, that was the time that you all started spawning something. And it was a whole thing! Sorry, Bayonort, good morning, what ho, friends! Hello, hello. Still trying to find this. There's why is there a dragon? And I don't recognize. So how are you doing this fine morning, friends? Tell me your tales. Oh, that's a bit keen. There we go. Because there is a ton of games nonsense and games news to have a chip away at this morning. Yes, I am inflicting the Armored Core for Answer remix album on you, because it's my show, and I'm feeling very robot-y this morning. Oh, Vanderbeest, send it this way! Like, we could certainly use some. I'm trying to, with the game I picked for today, I'm trying to legit manifest some feckin', there's some snow, some rain down this way. So Stammering's been trying to avoid Cyberpunk 2077 since release and clocked 70 hours. It is the most fascinating little disaster. Sorry. Alright, I've done the thing. So, proper hello and good morning. How are you all doing? Weirdly, I've been discussing Cyberpunk again with a lot of people, and when I say it's one of the biggest disasters, what I mean is, if you can only really understand this if you get right into the guts of it. It's basically like 3 different games that were all being made almost completely separately of each other that got mashed together, and they don't fit and they don't work, but in fascinating ways. And in some elements, there are like sparks of genuine brilliance in that game. Like, I'm trying to think of an equivalent, like, massive budget disaster, but I don't have one. Oh, and J-Post, Watto, Bayonaut, hello, hello. Well, so Stammering and Megaboss both mentioned No Man's Sky, but like No Man's Sky was the overpromise that was worked on essentially as a free games of service style development model, whereas Cyberpunk is just a disaster behind the scenes. You can feel where the left hand and right hand were not talking to each other in any way, shape, or form. There isn't another disaster like it. Like, did it deliver on PC? Sort of. Was it broken to all hell on PlayStation? Absolutely. Well, and see, okay, Megaboss, it wasn't actually... No Man's Sky was not Hello Games' first game. They'd already had, like, solid success with Joe Danger. So, they were a solid setup. And Anthem was a game that had... what, about maybe 2 years too little development time? Like I said, when you get right into the guts of Cyberpunk, there isn't another mess like it, and it's fascinating. Catastrophe, it did get straight up removed from sale on the PS4. But what's so fascinating about it is that, like, No Man's Sky was problematic due to... well, I shouldn't say problematic. No Man's Sky did not have the content promised and had a lot of issues at launch. The issues have been fixed. Alright, so Jackie, thank you kindly. I don't get it, but thank you. So No Man's Sky was always something that could potentially expand upon the concepts. Like, No Man's Sky could always get to the point where it was... because all its content is procedural, right? So that's elements that can be added and expanded upon. Anthem was... yeah. Anthem was its own special flavor of carnage. But the thing that's so fascinating is that Cyberpunk's like 3-4 different video games made by 3-4 different teams that all kind of got shoved into a box together. Like, every bug could be fixed in that title, and it's still going to be this disjointed weirdness. It's kind of like Giant Citizen Kabuto or stuff like that. Like, even once the issues are resolved, fundamentally, it's eternally at odds with itself. And I find that fascinating. I'm not saying it's bad. Like, and I'm not excusing the bits of it that are, you know, upsetting or questionable, but it makes the sparks of brilliance absolutely fascinating. Like... oh, okay, Jackie's saying they just gifted to a sub of a sound they just made. Okay. Anyway, friends, I don't mean to be dissing. So coming in, friends, coming in. Nintendo Direct was this morning. We got some fascinating announcements. Yep. Might be a little too bright in here. There we go. So Airman, thank you for gifting a sub to the newly founded New Frame Plus, which I believe is kicking off tomorrow. But we do have Floydo joining us here on the Longship on Thursday. I have been saving a glorious game of weirdness, which no one else that I know has played. I've been saving that for the chance to actually do some streaming stuff with Floyd. And we're going to be doing that on Thursday, which is heckin' cool. I'm really looking forward to it. God, actually, this week is feckin' jam-packed. I'm kind of the opinion of that we got to bring the thunder when we can, right?
Captain on the bridge.
Oh, looky, it's a notification for a thing.
Heck yeah, it is. So Bacon, that's not just 26 months, that's 26 months at a tier 3, which is a lot of cash. I feckin' thank you. Oh, Mega Boss, if you think I didn't know about the Playframe Plus Twitch channel months ago, I am hurt and offended by your underestimation of me. Whomst do you take me for? And Fred, good morning. What ho, friend? How are you doing? It was lovely hanging out on Saturday. I'm so annoyed that because of fire season, it was just too warm to keep hanging out. And Fearless, what ho, friends? Again, Ehrman, hello. Do you think I did not know? I make it my business to... No, actually, that's not fair. No, it's been something that's been percolating for quite some time, and I'm glad to see him actually doing it. But yeah, so this week's feckin' jam-packed. So today, I mean, there's so much games industry stuff I wanted to talk to you about. Plus, I wanted to do something different. I wanted to play something primarily featured around something narrative story, but also icy and cold. So we'll be doing the South of the Circle later on today, but like I said, there's a gajillion things to banter about, so I don't think we'll be going anywhere anytime soon. Now tomorrow I want to do something very different. All throughout PAX and on Twitter and TikTok and stuff like that, I've kind of been running my mouth. And I have been talking about how I'm helping indie teams and helping out projects. And the fact is, I could be doing more, and I haven't. So I want to change that. Some friends hit me up. Well, some friend hit me up for his... Okay, it was a friend of a friend's projects. And he hit me up last week, this week? Alright, time's a fucking wibbly-wobbly mess. But he was asking for a whole bunch of info on how to launch a video game on Steam. Like, they've done a trailer, they're looking to get their page up, like, what do they need to do? Where should they be taking it? And it was one of those situations where at first I thought like I was being an arse. You know, I thought I was being incredibly patronizing. But I guess I underestimated how much time I spend in the space. Because they were very grateful for like the info and the direction. I did a consultancy call yesterday, which again, I apologized to the person I was talking to. I was like, look, please don't, you know, I'm so sorry I'm coming across as patronizing. And again, the guy in question hadn't encountered the same spaces and info, and I don't know. I want to do more to help, and I want to be able to actually kind of, not my money, because I don't make a lot of money, but put my skills to the test. So here's what I want to do tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm basically going to be setting up shop on the street corner of the greater Twitch.television. I'm going to be putting up my little banner, and I'm going to be offering like any and all industry help to any and all teams, be it like sounding boards, taking the product to market, what they need to do to get on Steam, considerations, how to start a vertical slice. I don't know, like anything that isn't basically programming. Like, I just want to open the pit up to help more people, because I don't know. Like I said, I've been talking a very big game, and I want to see if I can do some more. Also, I have a glorious, glorious tiny weird game for you all tomorrow, which again, no one has played, and it looks just gloriously weird. Yeah, so Vanderbeest, that's what I've gone for. I've asked my artist to do like a rendition of Will selling his wares. I don't know if I'd look, you know, like the punk people in Camden with the sign, or if I'd look like, you know, the shaman come down from the hills to sell colourful stones and berries to people. I don't know. I don't know what I look like in that. Kind was asking us to consider something like Skillshare. I mean, at that point, the amount of time I'd need to dedicate to it off stream is stressful. But if I can do it here, and if it's interesting or informative or entertaining for your lovely selves, like if we can talk about it here, then it's something I can do a lot more of. Because, I mean, in all honesty, I get one day off a week, and Mondays are paperwork and consultancy stuff and everything behind the scenes, and it's a lot to go through. So, I mean, honestly, it's one of the reasons I've been telling people is like, if they need more than about an hour as my time, I've got to start charging, because I've got to feed the fucking guinea pig somehow. Amos is not doing great. His allergies are brutal right now, and even with like the shots and the meds that we've been giving him, they've just gotten really bad. So he's in the vets tomorrow. But friends, Shark Week 2 might happen sooner rather than later. Yeah, I mean, he's in good spirits. You know, he's a cutie patootie, but like one of his paws is really swollen and is not happy, and he's getting meds. He's getting his paws cleaned. Like, we're not taking him to any of the places that should be causing, like, his allergy flares-ups. Vanderbeest, we don't know, other than chicken, we don't know. So we've been going through a bunch of theories, but none of them seems to hold through on what's causing it. So it looks like we'll have to do, like, an allergy panel and stuff like that. Sorry, I didn't mean to get on to real-life nonsense. Like I said, baby boy's happy as Larry. But yeah, so that's what I want to do tomorrow. I'm just going to I'm going to put a call out on Twitter today, just open it up, and we'll see how it goes. And Fearless, that's very kind of you. Right, so as I said, for the rest of the week, so tomorrow, I'm just opening up my little corner of the internet to help any and all devs that need it. And I've got a little game to play afterwards. And Dr. Smiles, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. The game in question tomorrow, depending on how long we have on helping the world, is Mini Meekum. And it looks gloriously weird. Gloriously weird. Then, as I said, Thursday is Happen Lance. That's the game I'm going to be playing with Floydo is a cooperative, getting over it type game. And I have been saving it for just such an occasion. It's going to be feckin' glorious. So Friday is also Sea of Thieves. However, it is the new content for Sea of Thieves.
So getting over each other?
I I mean, to an extent, Shackle, to an extent. The way it works is you play a little knight with a lance, but it's the same kind of move around controls. So you can flick your friendo up, so long as you don't accidentally impale them. It's not as brutal as Getting Over It, because it does have checkpoints and stuff like that, but I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, so Friday, Sea of Thieves. But it is the Sea of Thieves content beneath the waves. So there is a great chance that I'm going to have to face some fucking shark head on. There's been a request for spooky alerts. It's going to be a time. It's going to be a fucking time. And then over on Saturday, dear friends, we are going to be doing The Black Watchman. Now, this is another one I've been saving for ages, and if you've not encountered The Black Watchman, don't worry about it. It's a surprisingly unknown game. It's the precursor to Night Team 4, and it was made by an ARG company to basically be like a hub for like real-world puzzle-solving type nonsense. And if you've never played The Black Watchman, I'd like you to come and join us. Possibly, touch wood, I'll have a special guest problem solver with us. But I don't want to say anything until we're definitely locked in. So that's the week, friends. Like today, games industry banter and trying to summon winter early. Tomorrow, Will opens the Longship doors to help game devs of forever. Okay, I haven't thought of a good name for that though, because I know, like, in like some spheres of nerdery, it's referred to as a salon. But I've also heard that's the thing where people have to pay a stupid amount of money to be in like a private call with a famous person, and I'm like, no. I guess setting up shops, fair? I don't know. If you'll come up with any good things that we can call it, get Ned, Watto, and welcome. I will absolutely take recommendations for decent naming conventions. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Alrighty. Yeah, I will absolutely take any and all recommendations for a naming convention. Because it's needed. It's needed. Because who knows? Maybe it ends up being rad, and we end up doing it more than once. Dev to Dev, the Numpty helpline. God, no. That makes me sound like a... Well, I guess it's a thing of the past, but a premium phone line. Viking's Guide to Game Publishing. That feels more like a YouTube title. Though it would be rad if I had time to actually produce some like long-form advice stuff like that. Though I feel like I can't really speak massive volumes about game publishing right now. Like, I haven't, so far as I know, I haven't been able to help my friends get their game published. And my contacts in that space are definitely not what they used to be. Working the game with Will. Not bad, not bad. Hey, look, it's Tuesday morning. We're all still getting caffeinated. And by everybody, I mean me. Shipping the Long project. Long shipping your game. Ah! Dial 1-900 Game Dev for only the steamiest game development tips. Surviving the Digiverse is told by a Viking. Shit, that's my fucking GDC panel, Lizzie. That's great. I'm gonna write that down. Yeah. I mean, the other one is Legends of the Daywalkers. Devs turns banters. God. I guess stammering, I guess we're all showing our age now. But you know, that's something that I really want to try for tomorrow, and I'm really hoping I can, I don't know, do some good. Do you know what I mean? The affordable help. We're not the best consultants you can. We're not the best, but the best you can afford, and that's free. Terror's the lot of you. Okay, so do we want to start chipping away at game news today? Do we want to just do Nintendo Direct? Oh, very droll, very droll. I just lost the game. But sorry, Favor 6, thank you for the 100 bits. Like, you'll know that's what keeps this whole fucking place going. Okay. So we had Nintendo Direct today, which was nothing super duper earth shattering. There were some very good points to it. We got a title and a release date for the Breath of the Wild sequel, which is now just being called The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Like, interesting, understandable. At this point, everyone buying a feckin' Zelda game knows that it is the Breath of the Wild sequel, and this kind of stops it from confusing parents or going, do I need to play the first one for my wee little Timmy? It's like, nah, you're good. Yeah, Favor 6, we did see Factorio on Switch. Honestly, I'm just more impressed about, like, the technical achievement of that. Now, the interesting one was that GoldenEye got announced twice today. So, part of the Nintendo Retro Collection, where they've been essentially releasing a whole bunch of N64 classics on Switch, they announced that GoldenEye is going to be one of them. And then they also announced that Rare is going to be doing a full recreation of GoldenEye. Like, that's feckin' fascinating. So we're simultaneously getting a re-release and a remake of the same project. And it's going to be so interesting to see how that shapes out. Like, but yeah, again, it was one of those, like, Nintendo Directs that didn't have anything, like, bad or questionable. Nothing that caused me to do little, like, loopy loops around the room. But it is nice to see that we've got, like a launch date. You're not allowed to make Zelda games anymore. And if there's anything else you'll want to chew into from the Nintendo Direct, then bring it on up. Oh, actually, you know what, Chaunerus, that is a fascinating one, that that they're releasing Mario Party 1, 2, and 3. Some of those are kind of like the... Hang on. Alright, I love this playlist, but this is not doing it for me. You have to deal with some Final Fantasy nonsense. Sorry. I forgot that soundtrack takes a bit of a slow dive towards the mid to end point. Sorry. So the other things that I've spotted that have been very interesting is so Unity will not be going with AppLovin. They will instead be going with, what is it, not Iron Galaxy, that's the other one. They will be going with Iron Source, the in-app the in-app advertising third-party source. I don't know if that's for good or for ill. I don't think AppLovin would have necessarily been a better partner, but it's interesting that Unity are sticking the lane on that one. Oh, hell! Friends, apparently Chaos is here. We know this because the Herald of Chaos is here. Ah, you see what I did there? Ah! Feck. To the Herald of Chaos I say, wahoo and welcome! Come on in, come on in! What were you streaming? How was your morning? Tell me your tales! And Kestrel, hello, hello. Come on in, friends, come on in. We're just having a little natter about the...
The Char0s.
Ah, yes, Char0s. J-Post, thank you for 1,000 bits. That's fucking cool. And yeah, to the Herald of Chaos, it has been a while. Playing some Captains. The Captain of Industry. Which one's that one? God. Oh, heck! Fucking yo! I forgot that dropped. Oh, how was it treating you? Tell me your tales. Okie dokie. Sorry, as I said, I'm just having a little natter through the games news of the day. Did everybody else know that Genshin was going to be adding a TCG? Did everybody else know this? Like, I spotted it this morning on PC Games N, and I realized no one else had mentioned it, but that seems threat tier powerful. Let's take Genshin Impact, and let's add a tradable card game inside it. I mean, that's triple triad tier threat. To Thorian Greybeard, I say, what? Oh, and welcome! Thank you kindly for the follow. And Herald of Chaos was saying they've been needing to scratch their math disguised as Game Factory Sim. Yo! Okay, on that subject, Herald of Chaos, have you heard of Autonauts versus Pirates? It is a automation programming game that made my brain hurt, and it's in the best way. In the best way. Yeah, Herald of Chaos, it is glorious. Autonauts is already a good game, but the sequel does a very, very good job of, one, like, tutorializing you through the experience, but also creating some really interesting goals. There's the link for it if you want to check it out. Sorry, I mean, Herald, while things change, what hasn't changed is that I will recommend people games at the drop of a hat. I thoroughly enjoy doing it, and no one can stop me. Okie dokie Lokies. Oh, what was the other video gamey stuff? Yeah, we talked about Babylon's Fall, which will be shutting February of next year. After, what, less than a year? Like, Babylon's Fall has managed to kind of stay mostly out of the public purview. I think by virtue of being, what was it, PS5 exclusive? So with a very limited user base. But that's a fast time to see yeah, Babylon's Fall fell. Did not last.
For more chaos.
Well, Favor 6, thank you for 200 bits worth of chaos. You fucking legend. Yeah, Kestrel, the Pikmin 4 reveal was one I did not expect. Just sneaking that one out there. It does unfortunately feel another case of the Nintendo's unloved IPs. But they're doing it. It's just when we looking at Babylon's Fall, it looked like a very expensive attempt to get into the games of service space, and yeah, it did not go there. In other news, let us raise a glass and cheers to Bonnie Ross, industry legend and fucking head of 343 Industries, instrumental in turning a small little part of Microsoft into a solid Halo producing operation. Genres: Metroid Prime 4. I as someone who was obsessed with Metroid Primes 1 and 2, I'm gonna give that one a breathing room before I turn my keen up to 11. But definitely worth. Oh, you raise a waffle. Well, let me waffle away. Over the weekend, a crap load of Assassin's Creed stuff got announced. It's so curious how the games industry invents and reinvents its own discussions about itself. For those of you who weren't around during like the Assassin's Creed trilogy, one of the big things that reviewers and critics harped on was the real-world sequences within Assassin's Creed, the original trilogy. And Ubisoft have announced they won't be using that as anything other than like a framing device. There won't be like real-world characters jumping back into the past for their upcoming titles, thus spawning a whole bunch of conversations about how that's a bad thing and people miss it. And it's like, wait, no, hang on. You spent years hating on this, and now it's gone. You're like, I can't believe you've done this. Though I will say, and this is more a personal commentary than gaming news, they're finally doing an Assassin's Creed in Sengoku Jidai era Japan. And I gotta admit, I feel like the boat kind of left on that one. I'm gonna be very curious to see if Ubisoft can add anything in that space, because there's a lot of ninja games out there. I am very excited for the one like set in Baghdad during like the golden age of Islam. That's going to be fucking interesting. Yeah, Kestrel, it really does feel like how dare they get rid of something we criticized. Ubisoft's going to be teaming up with Netflix for some games. Nothing we know about that. But here's the one that I did want to put into your wheel well, friends, because like I said, I don't know like global financials and like geopolitical situations. I know probably less than your good selves. I spent a lot of time researching the games industry, who's doing what's going on. That doesn't leave a lot of time for anything else. But one of the things that was quietly talked about end of last week, beginning of this week, was the fact that the Saudi Arabia investment fund now owns 96% of SNK. Like, for those of you who aren't aware, so Saudi Arabia has what's called a public investment fund, and the PIF is chaired by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia has a lot of problems. Just like, not right now. I want to Google that at some point. They're not good to women and a lot of people. But as a country, they have a public investment fund. And yeah, as Shackle's pointing out, SNK assured us in an article that went out yesterday that the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund has had no involvement, has had no impact on them whatsoever. You don't have to say that if you're not worried. You don't have to make a press announcement or a press statement about something that isn't potentially a problem. So it's something to be aware of. It's an incredibly complicated part of the world that has huge reaching impacts to basically anyone in the US and Europe. Which is why people won't say boo to a ghost when it comes to critiquing that part of the world.
As we've learned from the proposed Microsoft/EA merger, who owns part of all of a company is not in any way important.
Not in any way important at all. Yeah. Unshackle, thank you for the 200. But yeah, that flagged up on my radar because you don't have to say that. You don't have to say that if there's nothing wrong. Also, I don't know how true it was, but it made me chortle that apparently the next Facebook-produced VR headset got leaked by a guy in a hotel. Apparently, while cleaning a hotel room, he found what will be the Oculus Quest 2. Is it true? Is it a hoax? Don't know. The controllers look like they came from the Philips CDI, so... But the story amuses me. Just going about your business, cleaning hotel rooms, and you find this whole ass, like, demo kit. It just cracked me up. Oh, the good news is all the Nintendo news stopped us having to have the video games price increase argument on Twitter, which is great. But expect that whole discourse to blow up again when... Because Skull and Bones have announced that they will be a $70 AAA product at launch. Every time the games industry talks about rising prices and things like that, one, Twitter becomes a shit show. But it becomes a very complicated conversation about the price of art, how expensive it is to make, etc. And it ends up just being a whole ass week of bad takes and nonsense. Like, if you all want to break it down, I'm always happy to talk about it. But the long and short of it is that consumers decide the price of video games. That's just, like... If people think a video game is too expensive, they just don't buy it. And unfortunately, because video games now come in digital formats and there isn't the physicality to it, it's harder to justify a price increase because users are unaware of how much goes into creating these titles. Now, why Skull and Bones is on this list, I do not know, because it is a brand new IP from a consumer standpoint. Probably they're trying to make back the inordinate, like, what was it, 8-year development cycle this game's been on? But, yeah. Like I said, it's... Kestrel says, when is Twitter ever not a shit show? I mean, the Queen's death was hilarious. Twitter was a glorious place for, like, 2 days. But yeah, just brace yourself. The cost of video games argument's going to flare up again, and we're going to see all the usual back and forths. I mean, okay, it's the usual kind of stuff, like, yes, video games should technically cost more just due to price of inflation and elements like that. But users are already in a place where... Oh, Porcelain Pop, I would happily murder the sun. Unfortunately, it'd actually be illegal for me to start a GoFundMe to kill the sun, even if I fail. Did a lot of research into that, because I was literally going to do it for this summer. I was hoping it would take off like the potato salad, and I'd end up with like a few $100,000. That'd be lovely. By the way, that money would only be used to make the animals' lives better. Pay off some old debts. And Dory Quill, Watto and welcome! Yeah, well, see, Ehrman, and there's the interesting point, is that an increase in price point isn't gonna move towards an increase in, like... Ubisoft's not suddenly gonna start paying everybody much better because of the increase in, like, price point. However, like, the cost of staff goes up. The cost of video games doesn't. It's a very, very complicated setup. The problem is, I'm I always find myself torn on the video game pricing discussion because I'm simultaneously a realist and an arty-farty bastard. I want people to be able to get paid $20 for their weird itch.io indie game. But I also understand that it's users who set the price point. And Keen and IP and reputation have a lot to do with how much people are willing to spend. And video games are art, but unfortunately, because they are art, the cost of their creation is nebulous and weird. It's kind of fascinating. Ubisoft needed to not make this announcement with Skull and Bones, and it's looking like that project's going to have an uphill struggle come launch. So, but like I said, I'm more bringing this up because for those of us who are on GameDev Twitter and the ilk, we will have to put up with the price point conversation once again.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Ahoy hoy.
And to Hey Shift, ahoy to you too, friend. 47 months, no less. Feckin' yo. Well, so Fable 6 is definitely more complex than that. Like, there are titles which do get made in that environment, like that one person working on a project, you know, then with some time spent on. But, and I'm trying not to give Kimball any, like, flashbacks. Studios like Ubisoft are incredibly guilty of bloat. So, okay, so let's say a handful of us get together and we make a game. That game is wildly successful. And we sit around and start thinking like, ah, crap. What if we could do more on this and this and this? And we're like, oh, well, we'll flush with cash. So, Ehrman, you get 2 more people in your department. I'm going to hire 2 more people. We're going to get, like, 5 more artists. And we're going to move our QA in-house. And then we make our second game. The second game does even better than the first. And we're like, feckin' yo! We on that Ezio money. So we grow our team, and we grow our team. And as the games keep selling and keep succeeding, so too does our team keep growing. And then suddenly, we have 500-600 people. Suddenly, we have a lot of redundant individuals because we've been making games a very certain way for what then ends up being like a decade. So then when it comes time to make the new IP, you essentially have to teach an entire army how to do something completely different, but still using the same structure and setup, and that's not feasible. Like, friends, when it finally all comes out in the wash, the development of Skull and Bones has been a disaster. I'm glad we are getting to the point of launch. I never wish any project to fail, but it has been a case of bloat and mismanagement and all sorts throughout. So it makes you wonder, could a team starting from zero have been able to make a similar title without that same like super AAA structure? That's the question where you got to start asking yourself stuff, because like there's what is it? There's one I've been looking at. What's it called? It's like Bones and something. Nom nom. Watto and welcome. Talking about AAA bloat and pirates. I should say privateers at this point. Now where is it? And Vanderbeest again, head of House Order. Thank you for filling the pint glass. Where's me pirates? Where's me pirates? All right, Cat and Bones. So Cat and Bones. So have a look at this, friends. It's still in early access. It's curious and it's interesting, but I can promise you that that game has cost a sliver, a fraction of what has been spent on the development of Skull and Bones. Even with the primary development studio being set up in... God, was it Shanghai? So... I don't know. I genuinely feel that if we are going to start having an honest conversation about turning up the price point on video games, then we've got to start being more honest with consumers about what's going into them and how they're being made. Now, the problem would then be that, you know, if we create a value of $70 price point and it holds, the potential for the rush to the bottom with indies will increase. Yeah, Kestrel, that game does have sharks. It's in the pile for if we have to do Shark Week 2. Aaron says, slightly adjacent to this, I kind of wish you had a great hall of devs who are doing things to improve the industry. The problem is, Aaron, they're friends, and there's only a few people that I trust my personal and professional reputation with these days. There are people in this industry who are paramount to it, who have done so much, who I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. And I wouldn't want to be like, I stake my reputation on this person being great and awesome and You know what I mean?
Shark Week 2 confirmed.
Hey, Wolfgrad, maybe. Oh, and Herald of Chaos, if you're going for lurks, thank you kindly. And seriously, thank you for the raid. Oh, that's a little corner of the internet for banters. Yeah, so, and Ehrman, it's a lovely idea, and I'd love to be able to help rise up other people like as heroes in their field, and I'm gonna do that with like interviews and talking more about like the people who actually make the games. You know, I know it's a weird thing to say as someone who's on Twitch.television, but I kind of get where people's ire was coming from in that there are awards for people that play video games and share them on sites like this. But there are not awards for the people that make games. There are awards for projects and studios. But unless you are a solo or semi-solo dev, it's very hard to be a name. Do you know what I mean? I mean, Cryosticks, like I've said of Gearbox, less than 1% of their studio is Randy Pitchford. Yeah, not everybody can be Lucas Pope, or feckin' Zalavir, or so many cool people. Oh yeah, and Ehrman, abso-feckin-lutely. Sorry, Ehrman was saying, they don't expect people to always stay. People are complex, and expecting something pure is never gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, fuck. You lot met me basically after my great big crash. Like, after all my disaster nonsense came out. So, like, being here with you lot has basically been my teeny tiny redemption arc. But, you know, I wouldn't paper over all the nonsense I've done, and I wouldn't ask anybody to stake their reputation on my dumbass. In Fable 6, it's unlikely we'll see another Hideo Kojima type individual because, one, that individual's rise to success has definitely come on the process of turning a dev into a rock star. Like, he doesn't make every aspect of his games. And from the interviews and things we see about him, he must be a nightmare to work with. Recently, there was an article doing the rounds about how his original plan for the iconic sniper fight in Metal Gear Solid 3, The End, how he originally wanted it to be 2 weeks long, real time. And it was basically going to be an incredibly aggressive, like, spot the difference, where you had to, like, scan the trees to try and find the slightest hints of where he was. And his whole dev team had to sit down and go, no, this is horrible. Now, would I play a 2 week long sniper game as a standalone title right now? Yes. But at the time, it was a horrible concept. The industry was not ready. Sorry, I find this all fascinating. Being in the industry and knowing who's genuinely the movers and shakers in certain spaces, and those people aren't known to the public, and that's okay. Not all of those people want to be known, you know? Martin, Watto friend, I've said this a gajillion times, but there is someone at Quantic Dreams who is a certified genius, who has been the driving force behind all of the good decisions. And unfortunately, David Cage ended up being the front person for that and became a victim of their own hype. Yeah, Necrostic's, like, thinking back on it now, the whole thing with Metal Gear Solid Revengeance was weird. But it is worth saying that he made that apology. He didn't say it's my team's fault. Like, he did own that. But it was also in the same breath as saying, we're going to be passing this project to Platinum Games, and they did a great job with it. So, I mean, again, this is where it kind of comes down to, like, people are incredibly complex. Highlighting individuals also creates a situation of, you know, potentially these people being targeted for harassment and stuff like that, or creating more ego monsters. So, I don't know. I want to get to a point where users have a far better understanding of just the sheer amount of elements that go into making these games, and why some of them are genuine, like, impressive miracles of the industry. And, I don't know, maybe if we can start getting to the point where users have enough understanding of how much work goes into certain projects, that might help go ways towards avoiding the indie rush to the bottom, which is still going on. One of the things we've talked about is, especially on places like itch.io, it is much better for you to put pay what you want than it is... Oh, and Fred, to be continued. It's always lovely chatting with you. But yeah, on itch.io, it is better to put pay what you want than it is to put like a $2 or $3 price point with a donation link. Because the sheer number of individuals that will pick it up for free and then inform individuals, and then the likelihood that someone will be like, I liked this, here's 20, is much higher than like 10 or 15 people all saying the value and paying $3. User behavior is weird, and it does not always follow logic. I mean, it is also the thing that makes discussing video games so fascinating, is that it's its own strange world. What was some of the other stuff that popped up? Oh, the Labour of Love update is coming in Terraria. How long have we got till that drops? Okay, the Terraria Labour of Love update's dropping later this month. God, I'm going to end up going back again, aren't I? I did it to myself. Yes, Wolfcrab, what people say they'll do and what they actually do are two very, very different things. Which is, I mean, again, it's fascinating. It's one of the reasons why community management is a very real job, because, like, what users will say they want and what they actually do are two very, very, very different things. Like, in community management, we call it like a sentiment report. Oh, Crow Sticks, how do you get out of playing Terraria? I recommend hard drugs, incredibly hard drugs. You know, set up some kind of don't do drugs, kid. Get a drinking problem. That's it's about the same. No, I go through cycles, and I so much enjoy the early game of a brand new world of Terraria that I've gone through it so many times. Sorry, forgive me for multi-track drifty. Yeah, Kestrel, at this point, I wouldn't bet even 2 cents on this being the last update of Terraria. But in a regard, it's kind of nice, you know? A lot of the times, games have to finish development because of reasons. That reason is almost always money. Like, it depends on the game, but most devs would continue working on a game ad infinitum because there's always something to add, there's always something to tweak and change and improve. But eventually, the money stops coming in and you've got to start working on the next thing, lest you be destitute and the project be done. Terraria's made so much money that the team behind it can just keep dabbling and kind of ticking away on it. And in some regards, at least for a lot of devs, that's the dream, you know? We've seen it with things like Project Zomboid, obviously Terraria, I'm trying to think of some others. I mean, shit. Dwarf Fortress is probably the poster child for that one, and that's before it even had like a mainstream release. Fucking great. Wolfgrad, essentially. Or it's more, it's better to say that you have to structure the game's development in such a way that you use all the cash, but when the cash is gone, you move on. You know? You don't want to get into a situation where you're constantly making updates and additions and promised DLC when the game's not selling. Like, that's how you kill a studio or kill a team. Like, the thing we haven't really discussed a lot is when you get to studios like BioWare and places like that, on the name alone, they'll be able to survive. I mean, shit. People have formed entire indie studios off the back of, yeah, we're all from BioWare. And that's fucking cool. But if it was just like a group of 3 or 4 of us, and we tanked our first project, that's it. Nobody knows who we are. Longship Studios isn't a household name. So, structuring things for money is, I mean, feck. As my friend would say, that's why they call it a campaign. Because conflict isn't just shooty gun bangisms and judo karate ninja swords. It's supplies, strategy, information, misinformation. It is tactical strikes and well-used resources. It's not just charging forward and going, ah! which unfortunately does seem to be a lot of indie devs' philosophy. Oh. Can't have a campaign without Waffles. Hey, Kestrel. No army marches on an empty stomach. It's like Bart's like, oh man, charging forward, going, it's my favorite part. Yup. But just so long as you've got someone who knows where the nearest Denny's is. Gotta keep everybody fed. No, but like, joking aside, this is why, you know, making video games as a profession is a challenge. Now, one of the things that I did see the other day was an interesting discussion about, like, it's okay to make games that you don't release. And you know what? That is fine. I guess the problem about rolling with me is that I'm always thinking about games from the Davey perspective, not the coder perspective, right? So if you played the Beginner's Guide, you'll understand what I'm talking about. That for a lot of game devs, there are two warring factions within each person. One is the will to create, but not be perceived, and the other is the need to be seen and acknowledged and praised. Another way of looking at it is that one is the want to just dev and tinker, and the other is the want to release a game. Now, I disagree with what the person was saying, which is that you shouldn't release games because that's the hard, unfun part. No, you don't have to release games, but if a game is unplayed, then is it really be? You know? Art unseen. That's a whole discussion in there. Yeah, inside of you there are two game devs. But only ever creating games for yourself is entirely fine. You don't owe anybody shit. But once you take it out into the world, although it's difficult and hard and scary, the experience of finding other people that resonate with what you make, there's nothing else like it. There's nothing else like it. And being afraid to release your games is kind of, I don't know, singing in your bedroom but never going for karaoke. You never know how people are going to react. And if it doesn't work, it's fine. If it's not your job, if you're not reliant on the money coming in, I can go for it. You'll sure as shit learn a whole bunch. Kestrel has two game devs on their shoulder and they're both evil. Devil May Far Cry. Bleeding Nora. God. Sorry, Far Cry is one of those fascinating IPs that used to be a bastion of innovation and then became like a poster child for banality. That's a fascinating story and a half. The irony that so many AAA franchises are the giants they are today because they did something revolutionary and interesting. And then they continue to progress the series by doing the same and blander. So Ehrman, I'd say emotionally it's different. Most of the time when a project gets cancelled, like it's very rarely down to the quality of the game. Like making a game for yourself and never releasing it, it always stays in a state of perfect. It's kind of like the game you never make, in your heart of hearts, will always be perfect. But when working in a team, a project is usually cancelled not due to like creative decisions, but usually business decisions, usually well out of your focus. So for example, like the closest I got to being involved with the AAA project, we made it all the way to greenlight. Not Steam greenlight, but internal greenlight. And then, because another studio was doing something directly similar and was slightly ahead of us, they killed the project. Because the studio I was working with didn't want to compete. Like, that was one of their in-house rules, is we don't directly compete. And so the project was dead. Like, that wasn't a choice that we actively made. And so yes, there is a little bit of that, you know, the game you never make is perfect, but that choice was taken away from us. And 9 times out of 10, that's why mid to large scale projects get cancelled. Whereas when developing as a solo dev or as a small indie team, it's the fear. You know, you have to take this thing that you've been living and you've got to bring it out into the world. And that is a very scary premise. What if nobody likes it? What if it fails? What if it's broken? What if we have to spend a whole bunch of time bug fixing? It's much easier to keep tinkering away. Oh, I'm going to add a new feature. Oh, I'm going to add some tools to making adding content easier. I'm just gonna. And that's how you spend 8 years on a game that should have taken you a year and a half. In Catastros, I wholeheartedly agree. Like, I mean, and it's well documented. Far Cry 1 was a tech demo. Far Cry 2 was very interesting, but in ways that didn't gel in a AAA space. So the thing is, you can't fault Far Cry 2 for being interesting. It's not fun. And it's weird, but it's not boring. Also, interestingly, dealt with some pretty heavy topics head on, which was fascinating. And then, yeah, 3 and Blood Dragon, like lightning in a bottle, and not just the fast flavored lightning as well, like an interesting antagonist, but like the world design, the way they turned open world games into just like a big old bite-sized playground. It's fascinating. And Blood Dragon was just something special. And after that, yep, they spent the entire time trying to recapture bits. Like, we talk a lot about Peg and Ming in Far Cry 4. Incredible performance, incredible villain. But the rest of the game's just kinda... Oh yeah, and so Eriman, I apologize if I misunderstood. I just wanted to create the differentiation between like project cancellation and the never release. Kester was saying, it's always scary when your baby heads out into the big wide world. That's very true. And if it's something you don't have to do. So yeah. Like, I am very much in the school of release games. Release bad games. Release quick games. Release stupid games. Like, you learn so much about yourself when you have to take it to market. You know? It doesn't matter how good your comedy routine is if you never do it on stage. Sorry, good afternoon. Sorry, just having some games industry natters. The other thing that was really interesting was, I forget who propped it off, but one of the great conversations over the weekend was, like, what is your, hey, games industry, what are your advice for indie devs? What is your advice for game devs starting out? And everyone unanimously said, make small games. Like, don't make your big game first, focus it down. And what I did find interesting is that one person on my feed who was like, nah, make your dream game, rose to prominence and fame by making a small arty game. And I was like, Like, I'm not saying peeps are trying to trip each other up when it comes to industry stuff. It was just, Yeah. Oh, Mega Boss, that sounds feckin' cool. And Crowstick saying that bad, messy games are the best. They are glorious. But it's more the point of... It's shaking out the nerves. It's getting rid of those last shreds of that voice in your head that says, well, what if we can make it perfect? Nah, make it bad. Like I said, I'm gonna look at the logistics of this and I'll see when's a good idea, but I think we're gonna have to do the Longship bad game jam. I think we're gonna have to do it. Because, I mean, I'm guilty of this as well. I was talking to some industry friends today and they were like, oh, are you running your own game studio? And I'm like, sorta. There are things in the brew for certain, but there's nothing I can announce right now. And honestly, this year's kicked the shit out of me. Like, this year can fucking do one. And there has not been any progress on the projects that I was really hoping to start, like, showing you all and start working towards. But I've been guilty of focusing on the conceptual rather than just feckin' doing it. Doing it weird, doing it broke, doing it poorly. I have not been taking my own advice. And so I definitely need to kick out the jams. Oh shit, just a couple other Longshipian things while I'm talking your ear off. So, we're going to do the next round of running of the numpties next week. With Dark Souls 3 back up and running, it is time to dust off our warriors. I mean, it's still March 2020, right? And Down Under Dwarf, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Yeah, actually, I think we can talk about that. Right. So, yeah, that'll be Saturday the 24th for Running of the Numpties. We have a sponsored stream coming up on the 21st, Wednesday. The gentleman behind Peglin is going to give us a whopping budget to go spend on itch.io indies again. So we're going to be going on an itch.io indie spending spree. Again, I'll be taking recommendations from like Twitter and places like that, and we'll put together like a short list of cool games and try and get as wide and breadth a setup. But yeah, we're being given a spending budget to go make a bunch of indie days much better, and I think that's feckin' cool. I was talking about the last time we did it while I was at PAX, and Dylan, the gentleman behind Peglin, was like, fuck it, let's do it. Like, let's fucking do it, let's go. Mega Boss is currently doing battle with the Salmon Run Kaiju battle. Good luck with that one. If anyone has any tips, there is request. Wolfcrab is saying last time we recorded it was difficult to spend the entire budget. Well, so what we'll be doing this time is we will be picking 20 titles. And 20 titles will be getting $20 a pop. So we're just gonna flat fee both. And the only reliance will be that they have to have the payment system available. And we'll go from there. Really, I'm genuinely looking forward to it. So XD Johnny XB, have you talking about the what was it? Wargaming.net hero shooter masquerading as apparently a giant robot thing. It reminded me very much of the mobile phone games that claim to be giant robot games and very much aren't. And that's it. Like, okay, so friends, when it comes to giant robot stuff, I have been into mechs for as long as I've been able to find them. And this unfortunately means that I have been burnt a great many times. Unfortunately, that one does look like it's going to be very low quality. That's what I'm going to say is politely. It's basically going to be a third-person shooter that maybe exists for a year, if that, but yeah. Burning Fury. I have to. Alright, it's. I'm not sure the one you mean, Asari. Because all I'm getting with Burning Fury is a side-scrolling brawler and and a very, very steamy smut novel. Hey, XT Johnny XP, it's no worry. As I was saying, like, giant robots is one of those fascinating things that it's been a main staple of nerdery and the whole sphere for a very, very, very long time. Unfortunately, there's a misunderstanding with how complex some of those titles can be to create, right? And so over the years, it's led to a lot of, unfortunately, like, you know, cheap and mediocre titles in that space, which I think is one of the reasons why there's such a skepticism around new games entering the area. I mean, friends, if you want to hear my thoughts and feels on the front mission stuff today, I'll go into it. But I should be doing loops, right? I should be whooping from the balcony, front mission! And the only thing that I'm really getting from it is this worrying, sinking feeling in my stomach. Like, the quality of the UI, the fact that they appear to be using the same 3D models across each of the different titles, which is why they're developing all 3 games at once, despite them being very, very different. I will say, the Front Mission 2 trailer looked good, like, for the Front Mission 2 remake, but the Front Mission 1, the remaster does not look good. And Front Mission 3 is an incredibly complex, incredibly like, Front Mission 3 is a political thriller visual novel with giant robot battles, an in-game internet, and enough content in it that, like, I think each playthrough, because there are 2 completely different stories to play through in that game, each one probably took me about 40 hours. Then I think there's a new game plus, so I think the second run didn't quite take me as long. But I'm seeing so many details. Plus, finding out that all 3 of the Front Mission games are being remade simultaneously with staggered launches by a company that, from what I could tell, is a porting company out of Poland that specializes in making Nintendo Switch ports of other games. I'm like, this isn't the grand return. And considering how much Square Enix give no hot fecks about Front Mission as a franchise, see Left Alive and Front Mission Evolve, I am not hopeful, and I should be. And Fearless, so far, I haven't checked in on Space Engineers multiplayer, but it is definitely something that has like big old stability, I should say big old synchronization issues, and something as complex as the robot systems. It depends if you're talking about like robots with or without mods, because when people say I can do X in Space Engineers and they're like, but you have to download 15 different mods and get them working in synchronization, it's like, oh no. Big sync energy. Aperios Watto friend, how are you doing? I was chatting about you with the cool kid yesterday. So, fingers crossed, touch wood. Next sober's going to be interesting. So yeah, so sorry friends. I know I should be all like whoop, whoop, but you know, I played through the entirety of Front Mission. I should say Front Mission First, which is the remake of Front Mission 1 plus the additional content that was released on the PS1, which is very, very good. I haven't played through Front Mission 2 because it's bloody hard to get hold of. But 3, God, I played that up, down, left, and right. I found the hidden BBS inside the in-game internet that allowed me to buy black market robots for my run. Yeah, you're right, Aperios. I definitely played it. Front! Mission to back mission! But yeah, I think that's all of it. I think that's the long and short of it, friends. I don't think anyone is shocked and surprised to find out that one of the people that runs Rockstar Studios is a shisty bastard. And yeah, I guess we already talked about like the one that I found fascinating, which was Foxhole, which is that game is so worth your time to research. I don't even. It's like, I'm not saying y'all should play it. Oh, the other thing was finding out that my old commute exists in Train World Sim either 2 or 3. That's a haunting prospect, but it also costs $30. And I am not, nor should any of you, spend $30 on that, because that is extortionate. I'll wait until it ends up on Steam sale. But the idea that someone would pay large amounts of money to do the London to Brighton commute of their own volition, like, nunny the fuck? Nunny question mark the fuck? But there it is. There it is. Now, friends, I won't lie though. I have downloaded Train Sim World because I want to see how bizarre it is. There's a few that come with. To Necromas, Watto and welcome. Should have made more coffee. I mean, do I need another pint of coffee? No. Do I want another pint of coffee? Fuck yes. Okay. So I think that's the long and short of it, friends. So as I said, I have a very, very interesting game for you today. South of the Circle. Which, once again, none of you lovely Mother Hubbards have played. And I'm taking great pride in the fact that I am the first person out of anybody that I know on Steam to show off a few of these games. Haha. I wanted to do something which had us going into icy climates, and I've been keeping an eye on this title for a while because it's a very, very simple art style with a combination of this like simple low poly look with some like budget mocap elements that work really well. Like at first I thought it was rotoscoped until I saw like how they're putting some of it together. So this is the game we're going to be getting into, friends. Because it looks ruddy fascinating. Also, I'm really hoping that by playing something that's set in the fecking Arctic Circle, we can get rid of this fecking summer. Well, sorry, keep it on the back burner. I'll be doing a call out for itch.io games probably, what, Monday, Sunday next week? We'll get a nice solid recommendation list and we can go through them all. Because I'll be putting a call out. Like I said, it's feckin' cool that Dylan is doing like a, right, booth. Money where mouth is, here's a huge chunk of money to just spend on indie devs. And that makes me real happy. Like, we're actually gonna do some good. It's gonna be feckin' great. Yeah. I think that's the feckin' long and short of it. So... yeah, I'm gonna nip to the loo, because I've realised, well, I want more coffee, I've had quite a little, and then let's get stuck into a game. Like, I don't know what your lovely selves have been playing this weekend, or what you've been up to, but I'd love to hear about it. It only took us an hour and a half to get through all the game's news. I mean, I believe there's a State of Play Sony event later on today, which is either going to be finally the announcement to a lot of rumblings and rumors, i.e. we're finally going to see some Armored Core future announcements and what have you, or it's going to be a lot of mildly disappointing... It's going to be a lot of mildly disappointing re-releases or re-announcements. By my understanding, they're probably going to be announcing yet another re-release of the Uncharted series. And maybe one of these lovely days, we'll get to see Naughty Dog come up with something new. Yeah, it'll be yet another Skyrim, yet another re-release of Uncharted. It'll be a whole, like, feckin' new flavour of nonsense. I'm sorry, I don't mean to come with such cynicism. I genuinely feel for the team of Naughty Dog, who basically have been locked into making the same two games now forever. And I really do disagree that The Last of Us is the games they should be remaking, if that makes a weird sense. Like, it's a whole just tale of infinite misery on repeat. God, I wish with all of my heart they had just made The Last of Us and been done. I have come to dislike The Last of Us Part 2 more and more and more. The more that I kind of like digest and think about it. And yeah, sorry. Like I said, forgive me for the negativity on this one. I feel for everybody who got crunched into a fine powder for The Last of Us Part 2 and no one talks about it. Yeah, Kestrel, it's in the title, The Last of Us. Better be the end. Oh, Down on the Dwarf's been back on Dishonored. Lovely. Well, actually, so Fearless, that's one thing that we talked about earlier on, and I do disagree. Like, because what we saw with the split was that with 343, anybody who wanted to continue working on Halo as a franchise could, and they did. I mean, Bonnie led a solid team right through into Halo Infinite. And I'm not saying that those games are without faults, but they feckin' did them. They feckin' did them. Well, and Lizzie with Final Fantasy, they've been using the same brand. With very rarely have they done, like, sequelizations. But, like, The Last of Us. And then, just kidding, The Last of Us Part 2. Like, whoever it is that's in charge of creative decisions over at Naughty Dog, like, needs therapy and a fucking hug. Sorry. But I should also point out, I'm not dissing on any of their creations or the caliber of which they make it. I dislike that they did an inordinate amount of crunch to make The Last of Us Part 2 happen, and that just kind of papered over with all the awards. But, like, artistically it has every right to exist, and technically it's an incredible feat. It's just such a miserable story, and a story so miserable as to detract from the blips of greatness from the first one, narratively I should say. It also attempts to do meta-narrative nonsense in such a manner as to end up being some fucking grumbly. You know what? We're gonna pull it back. Right. We're gonna play an indie game today. First, I'm gonna go pee, and then we're gonna play something fascinating. So, don't go anywhere, dear friends. Because I'm looking forward to showing this all to you. I really am. But again, if you've got anything to be, if you've got anything that to be bantering about, you know, I'd love to hear it, friends. I'd love to hear it. All right. And I'll put some tunes on just so it doesn't end up. There we go, Mario. Keep these lovely mother hubbers entertained, and I'll be back with you all in just a second.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Train keeps going. Sneak train bits. Sneaky train bits.
What are you nerds up to? What are you nerds up to, huh? Feckin' goal. Alright, let's find the instigators. Holy shit, it's already past 3. Shackle, I'm sure you fought valiantly to stop this train from happening. Yo!
I couldn't stop them.
They were too powerful. Okay, so Wolfgrad, sorry, Crux, thank you for getting this started. Professor Farnsworth, with the rapid fire, you managed to get Cerebral, Uncle T, the Giant Claw, Snurgbot, Arc Flash Hazard, which is my favourite unknown move from Guilty Gear, and Egdajibjis, which is basically like a Scrabble board bit. But not to be outdone,
Nor did
Climble.
I try.
Also fair, Shackle. Also fair. Thank you. So Kymble managed to get Bayonaut, not Howie. Again, very specifically, it's not Howie. Do not confuse them. Kikazi, Gatekeeper Games? Alright. And Luna Brecker. That's feckin' cool of you, thank you. Asari, thank you for filling the pint glass. And then J-Po sneaking in some corgis. Oh wow, Wolfgrad with 1,500 bits. No big deal.
Stop that incessant clicking.
That would explain why things are empty. Bacon and Fearless, feckin' Yol. Crux also desperately trying to keep the pint glass filled. And then Echo! What, Owen? How are you doing, friend? I tried your mead. I tried your mead with a splash of tonic water, and it was feckin' gorgeous. Deceptively strong. How are you doing, friend? I got to hang out with Echo for a couple hours. Was it yesterday? God, everything happened so much. So we got to catch up like cool kids. It was feckin' great. Sorry, friends. Thank you all. I decided that I'm kicking things off the chain today, and I busted into the fancy cup noodles. It is not a Gundam pretending to be cup noodles either. It's the real deal. Yeah. Yes, Echo is actually strong. Actually, Lizzie, I don't know where the Gundam is. I think it's in the loose Gundam box, so I need to get that one out. But at the moment, I have a bunch of repairs to do and missing pieces to find. But no, it's fucking cool. Sorry, Echo gave us a little bottle of homebrewed mead to try, to sample, and it was gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Well, so Wolfgrad, there was also a Cup Noodle Gundam crossover, which was actual eatable? It's like edible, but simpler. Noodles that came with a tiny kit to put together. And I'm sure you were there for the infamous Cup Noodle kit, which was also fun to put together. I'm still dealing with that one. Aww. And with that, a train concluded! Seriously, all of you, thank you so much on that one. Yeah. Just thank you. You all know I fucking love doing this, and for however long I get to continue doing this, I am feckin' happy. Thank you. Thank you. Right! And now, without further ado, I have a video game that none of you have heard of, and a cup of noodle that no one else is going to get to sample. No, like I said, I wanted to do a narrative game today. I wanted to do a story game, and that's where we at. I haven't even checked to see if it's on Humble because I'm terrible at my job. I'm doing that now. Oh, it is on Humble. Probably should have been using that link, shouldn't I? So yeah, friends, if you have to tap out at any point, or if you want to pick this game up for yourself, it is available on Humble. If you'll forgive me for being a gigantic shill! God. That reminds me, I've still got the Cup Noodle wallet for when my Horde wallet finally dies, I will be moving to full-time cup noodleage. Alright, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Let's get this updated. And let's go on an adventure. Also proud of myself that I managed to keep my mech ranting to a bare minimum today. So that's why I'm having myself a little tweak. Yeah, I mean, Wolfcrad, I lost my official shill card for having not shilled video games loudly on twitch.television for over 24 hours, which, as you know, is the requirement. But I do have games to share with you now, so I can make up for it. Please don't be a loud splash screen. My ears can't take it. Please don't be loud. Seems okay. Just starts with air horn, air horn, air horn. No, 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 no. Arty video games. No, 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 no. Ooh, I like that there's a behind the scenes. Maybe we'll check that out. Alright, subtitles on. Text size. Yo. That should be okay, but we'll make some changes when we get in. Yeah, Megaboss, sadly I do have to... Well, it's not my shilling license, but I do have to hand in my my trophy for being top Twitch shill. God. It's just such a strange thing to accuse somebody of. Although, I did... sorry, so if you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, I got into a fight with some weenie on Twitter a couple weeks back, and he accused me of being the grandest shill on Twitch. Which amused me no end. But the one thing from that interaction that did come up a few times was that they felt that I was trying to sell something. You know, that I was trying to sell like a consultancy firm, or I was trying to, I don't know, like, sell them like an influencer agency, like, oh, you should always be selling your video games, and if you buy my book, How to Sell Your Video Games for $200, I'll teach you the need-to-know secrets. And you know what? For the jokes, I do appreciate the skepticism on that one. But there's no real easy way to say, nah, I just want games to succeed. Like, it'd be great to make a bunch of money off of it, but it'd be much better if these games existed. Like, friends, I am one drunken night away from just screaming on Twitter, who wants to publish these games? Because I got a bunch of games that need funding and need publishers, and no one seems to be brave enough to take them up. Anyway, meanwhile in Antarctica in 1964. Apparently, I don't know how to fly a plane, and for some reason they let me. And seriously, after the fucking heat wave, I love the idea of being This package holiday is going great!
Looks like a landing you can walk away from. That is successful piloting.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they say, right? Any landing you can walk away from, right? There we go. Confusion, panic, concern.
Hey. Hey, hey, come on, wake up. Wake up!
Knock, knock!
Thank God you're all right. Ah! God, my leg is jammed. It's jammed in here. Here, let me help. That's broken. That's broken. Got stuck under the bloody rudder pedal.
Yep, that's gonna hurt.
Anything I can do? See if there's a first aid kit around with you. Should be behind my seat. Give me a moment.
Well, Kestrel, let's not leave him behind just yet. Like, what we're looking at here is, you know, I don't want to say emergency food supply, but that is what I'm thinking. Yeah, a Wolfcrad Megaboss, let's have a look at the behind the scenes once we're done.
Sounds painful. Ah, that's better. It's not gonna last forever, though. Where are we? Hopefully not out of range of the radio masts.
And Zeke, Watto and welcome. How goes it? We're contemplating eating a man's leg. How are you? I mean, like, don't... Like,
Mayday, this is Alpha Romeo Lima.
I've got my noodles,
Crash
but
south of Deception.
throw some leg meat in there.
Coordinates roughly 82 south, 19 west. Come on. Hello, Faraday. Do you read?
Eagle lips, you have no idea.
Nothing. Do you think you can move? Well, that's your... puts paid to flying out of here. I'm good for nothing like this.
Let's hang out the plane.
The plane's in no fit state either. I reckon I saved her from the worst of it, actually. She's gonna need some help getting her up again. Hey, see that up there? We were about to fly over one of the British outposts. Deception Point, that should be it there. Maybe they've got a doctor. Yeah, I think I can see it. So can you make it?
So Swan Dragon, Watto and welcome. So basically tomorrow is probably more, more around like production and actually releasing a game. Like, when it comes to game design elements, I can help a team brainstorm ways of doing the same thing but cheaper. But it's what I'm looking to do tomorrow is to help out projects already, not to dictate to them what they should be making. If you know what I mean? Also, friends, if any of you want to start calling dibsies on that guy's leg meat, honestly, like, I could go for a bit of thigh, but I don't mind sharing. You know, like, I'm not stingy on the roast. Calf could be pretty good depending on his workout routine. And yeah, Martin, it's great to know that, you know, we can have a frozen ready meal if we leave him here. Echo, I couldn't possibly comment.
Make it. It's freezing out there. Well, you'd rather stay in this tin can and we both freeze to death?
Oh, so the light seems to be moving.
We could wait. Oh, come on, mate. Your fairy godmother's not going to magically appear. Nobody knows we're here. Oh, come on, mate. I've done my best to get us down in one piece. Time to be a man, eh?
Fine.
How far away do you think it is? Could be 5, 10 miles. Can you make it?
Feckin'
We
wee!
don't really have a choice, do we? Yeah. Good man.
I feel a little bit guilty enjoying this game whilst sucking down noodles.
How will I find my way back? There might be something here. I keep a box for emergencies. I think this qualifies. Flares. Keep it all open, this window, and send one up on the hour to help you get your bearings. Hey, you here?
Wake up!
I'm here. Just don't lose yourself out there, okay? Just keep straight. I'll be back.
My path out of this plane is the only thing that's about to be straight.
that leg.
Let's fucking go!
Hey, you watch out, okay? It's 10 below 0. Wish me.
And if anyone needs a translation of what 10 below 0 is... No, not the best of British luck! Aside from grave robbing, that's bad luck! delight. Also, Swan, I guess that's the question, is where are you at in your project and what do you need help with? Like, because, I mean, I'm only doing it specially tomorrow just to kind of, not show off, but like, yo, you got me, so what's up?
Oh, I remember this part of Journey.
Yeah. Oh shit, it was way closer than I thought. I say, we appear to be going loopy from the cold. But yeah, so Swan, like, where are you at in terms of production and what are your pain points? Because, like, what can I help with? Because the thing you got to understand is, like, aside from mid to large studios, like, game design as a standalone principle isn't as common these days. So, like, I can help you think through a problem. You know, I've done it before, I'll do it again. I've been lucky enough to have exceptional, like, genuinely exceptional game designers as friends. So I can help you think through some nonsense. But it's like, if your goal is to get a game up for Steam, the thing that got me thinking about, like, helping out more people was, like I said, getting contacted by some individuals who are looking to release a game next month. And they've just done their trailer, but the Steam page isn't up yet. They're still doing back-end and finding assets. Like, they are way behind the curve. Right.
Oh, here, let me help.
Oh, I think I can manage.
No, honestly, it's fine.
Let's be overly
Not as easy
British.
as it looks.
Dear, let me give you a hand.
Oh, no. I can do it.
It's packed
It's
with
easier
her
with both of us,
ex-husband.
don't you think?
All right. Nah, I'm just gonna.
All right. On 3.
I'm still not quite entirely sure about the prompts and how they work in this, but this game's fascinating.
That's my fault. There's too many books.
It's dead husband.
That's what's in here.
Super dead.
Well, there you go.
Teamwork.
I could have managed.
I'm sure, yes. Thank you.
Right. I'll leave you to it.
Oh, do you join me? Well, I don't think you'd have much luck finding another free carriage.
It
all
seems to
right,
be the
thank you.
shapes respond to different, like, emotional elements.
Your work?
My students. They haven't learned the art of editing just yet. Still, someone's got to mark it.
So the Y one definitely.
You're marking all of that.
I'm trying to. I can't complain. When I was a student, my professor said to me, "You don't expect me to mark all that, do you?" So I won't complain now they're handing me all this.
Yeah, Wolf Credit's definitely got that kind of vibe.
Feel free to complain to me if it helps.
It might, thank you.
Long journey?
Yes, all the way from Edinburgh.
Wait, Edinburgh's real?
Where are you headed?
Cambridge. And you are too, I can see that.
You can see? How? Is it my suit?
I prefer Priestley's ideas about weather patterns personally.
I beg your pardon?
Your book fell out onto the seat.
Oh,
Would you mind if I take a look?
Oh, yes.
Formulation of complex cloud patterns, G.B. McNeil. I found it rather heavy going myself.
Okay.
You've read it?
I had to set this one for my undergraduates. Not that any of them probably read the bloody thing. The fact that you've got it on you makes me think you're not a student. You're lecturing too, am I right? Likewise.
How long have you been here?
It'll be my second year.
Okay, so this is fascinating. So it's basically the prompts are our emotional responses, and it's kind of getting us into the habit by showing us which one's which. Oh yeah, no, Kestrel, she knows absolutely too much, and if she's not out to kill us, she has killed and will kill again. So we have the choice between like assertive or enthusiastic, which I thought was kind of fascinating there. Oh, Echo, there's no meat on the shins. You know this. It's like one big disappointing rib. So,
Dr. Hamilton.
Clara McKerrick. How'd you do, Doctor? Oh, you're a bookmark.
Don't worry. It's just a telegram.
Oh, your telegram. Sorry.
It's nothing. Just something from my professor.
Sorry, I wasn't supposed to see that, was I?
I'm just digging some just
fine,
pure
really.
British awkwardness. I guess I've been a little homesick. I wouldn't call it homesick.
Professors do love a telegram, don't they? Yours sounds just like my old one.
For those of you who didn't get to hear my stories, at PAX I met up with a bunch of like, just by pure accident, like Brit expats and, you know, people visiting from the UK and stuff like that. And I don't know, it was nice having the commonality of banter.
Office, we need to talk about your work, like we're still at school. I'm sure you're not really in trouble. It's mad, isn't it? All these old men having a final say over our future, deciding whether our work's good enough. How it all rests on that one final paper we need just to get anywhere.
I know. I know.
This game is absolutely calling out anyone in academia.
Teaching. I don't know why they don't. I'd love to go and see other lecturers if I were them. I should do it more often.
You'd be welcome to come to mine.
Oh, thank you. If there's space, perhaps. How many students make it to them?
Oh, loads. So many.
Thousands.
So
You must be good.
so many students. They fucking love them clouds.
Maybe you'll see for yourself.
Whose train is that?
Maybe I will. Oh, there's a red light up ahead. I suppose I can get a little more work done. Let me know when we're coming up to the bright lights of Cambridge, won't you?
Oh, good. Here I am, freezing my ass off of here. This Death Stranding DLC is surprisingly different. If anyone remembers what the button is to chug 7 Monster Energy drinks. Oh, you can climb that rock. You don't even carry anything. The BB's not even, like, freaking out. Okay, do we have any Brits just chilling and illing in, Oh, okay, people who have spent a large amount of time in the UK, I should say, because Brits describes a very odd
Hello?
group of people.
Hello, is anyone here?
I've had the weirdest craving for like the last couple days. Oh, Eagle says none of us are here. Okay. Chicken super noodles with cheese and bacon. Do not ask me why. It is not good. It is purely just like shifty student food. But for some reason, super noodles with cheese and bacon has been what I've been craving. Put your back into it, man!
Hello? Is anybody here?
I love how you can all hear the weak over the sounds of the tundra.
So, do come and see me if you have any questions on the lecture.
1 or 2 would be nice.
All 3 of you? Ah, you find me.
You can leave if you like. It's over. Or
Do you have a question?
I do, in fact.
Hey!
Yes?
Are we allowed to visit other people's lectures?
Oh, it's you. I didn't see you up there.
And Mega Boss,
decided
have a
to
lovely
come.
rest of your evening.
I
Take
did.
care.
Liked it?
I didn't think you're too bad.
Huh. Well, I'm glad you thought so. The others don't seem to care so much. Make a run for it as soon as they can.
Well, they're a loss. I wouldn't worry. People all seem a bit jumpy at the moment. I found it fascinating. Finding a way to trace the paths of all the world's clouds across the sky.
It is fascinating, you're right.
It's quite poetic, I thought.
Aw.
Oh. You're
Look at these
paying
nerds
attention
getting on
too.
with nerd topics.
In theory, it's great. It's just need to prove it's possible.
This is what British
It's,
flirting looks like.
Taking a while.
A wonderful subject for your paper, I would have thought.
Yes, you would have thought.
Well, I've had no luck with mine, if it's any consolation. Just getting anything approved is a nightmare. Still, they can't say no once they've found my beautiful subject, like you.
Aww.
It's true, I am an excellent subject.
Hang on, Dr. Hamilton hasn't finished in here yet. Sorry about that, a bit too keen sometimes.
Are they all here for your lecture?
Yes? You'd be welcome to stay if you like.
Oh, hell yes, I'm staying.
Oh,
Well, so Swan Dragon, have a lovely rest of your evening. But like I said, I'm always about, and I'm more than happy to help.
well, why not? Thank you.
Wonderful. I'll just go see to this mob, give you time to gather your people.
What ho? Will, you are valid. You are loved. You are not the exception.
Hey. Lost Flowers, thank you for the 19 months, and I'm just... I don't know. Glad for times like this where hopefully I can provide a little bit of help, a little bit of hope, a little bit of nonsense, a little bit of banter. Those are my specialist skills. We're currently playing the remake of the seminal horror film, The Thing. Alright. I don't know, we're playing, was it South of the Circle? And this is, like an emotional narrative. A normal observer, same distance, closer, no change, closer. Oh, this is potentially haunting. Alright, what have we got here? Oh shit. Alright, something popped off. Right, there was definitely... Whatever this station was observing, they have gone to go check out. And there was definitely some seismic activity. If this does turn out to be a horror game, I will freak. Yeah, Lost Flowers, it kind of... It's that surreal thing with so many peeps the Longship, it feels like you've just got here, and it's been well over a year and change. Sodium valproate. Migraines, epilepsy, bipolar disorder. Oh, good. There's no way that is foreshadowing. Dear Annie, it's hard getting word out now. Locked down by the weather. Jones's condition is taking a turn for the worse. The last supply drop didn't bring enough medicine. He's upstairs in the lab now, poor chap. Still doing his observation work, muttering, "They're getting closer," over and over. It's unsettling the men. Now we're trapped here and nobody knows what to do. Annie! Annie, please send me several guns. I mean, actually, Phyllis, I hadn't looked into this too much. Although, that cigarette is still smoking, so someone's around. Can we get to the door? Yeah, and you're right. This path has been trod, at least semi-recently. And weirdly, someone seems to have scrawled "Remember Citadel" in blood across the wall. I wonder what that's about. But yeah, I don't know what's up with me. I've had a weirdest craving for super noodles with cheese and bacon. Oh, if you're wondering, to those of you outside of the... Oh! Alright, we're just doing this.
Marvelous to see you. You've come at the right time. Even the 37 for 4. Terrible state of affairs. Anyway, you said you wanted to see me about something, please. Something you wanted to let me know.
That's weird. Oh, yeah, if any of you are wondering what the hell super noodles are, they're basically like instant ramen, but British. In the same way that we had, was it cup noodle, which isn't good, but is essentially the same as the cup ramen stuff. Look, I'm sorry, I have tried to consume cup noodles multiple times in my life. They're not good. Also, there's no way that little car is making... Oh no, it's a little... Someone's converted a Mini to have tank tracks. I fucking love it. Yeah, unfit films sometimes microwavable noodles taste like things. Sometimes. I mean, they are more often than not a functional addition. Yeah, I'm really digging how they're doing the transitions in this. Like... It's somewhat surreal. Alright, so we'll find the keys for this one, then we can go save our friend. There's a surrealism to this that's making it very interesting storytelling-wise.
Hello?
Everybody shh! I'm trying to get pirate radio.
Hello? Hello, can anyone hear me? Come in. Hello? I said you can come in. Door's open.
Peter!
Oh, hello there. Sorry.
Ah, good to see some work being done. Good show. My goodness, it's gloomy in here. Now do sit down. You got my note, I presume?
Yes.
I did.
Well, I'm sure you've been very busy, which explains why I haven't heard from you, so seems I have to come and pay you a visit instead.
Oh, that's
Plugging
passive-aggressive.
away, I see. Mind if
We're
I
doing
take a
proper
look?
Britishisms today.
Of course. Most of them are just weather readings from my contact in South America.
Not much to read yet. You will tell me when you've got something, won't you? As your professor, I do need to be kept abreast of things.
You said breast. Sorry.
Of course. I'm sorry, I I just need to collate all these readings, and then I'll be on the home straight.
I do hope so. Good grief! I'm not surprised you're getting nothing done with all this racket. What is it this time? Oh, more of them today, I see, getting ready for another march, I suppose. And I can't quite believe how many women are out there. The more they let in, the less serious studying seems to get done in this place. Not built for academic work, I fear.
It's alright. This guy is super dead by
See
now.
why they want to join this band of Soviet sympathizers.
Sounds like a peaceful protest. Not doing anyone any harm.
Well, you know what I mean. Anyone who's for nuclear disarmament is anti-British, as far as I can see.
Ah!
Can't stand all this politics in my college. Wanted to talk to you about
So this
that.
guy's pants on fire for...
About politics?
That's right. Sit down. What worries me is that all that is distracting people from the very good academic work we do here. This is where I really do need your help, Peter.
Where?
What can I do about it?
As you know, I have some friends in high places. I need to persuade these people that this college deserves to survive, deserves the reputation we've built over the years. Now, there's a lot of talk suggesting we're a soft touch. A breeding ground for communism.
The
I
Reds
need
are
to
here?
show
My
we're
words!
serious about what we do, and what I need from you is something publishable.
Where?
Absolutely. That's what I intend to write.
You want me to write an anti-communist, anti-women book, paper, about clowns? So, I'd actually like to refer to you to some new research I've come across, and it's called Folding Chair to the Face! Hoppacha! How's that, academia?
I don't doubt.
I'm just
Make
saying
sure
that
it is good,
the
something
university
first
school system in the
rate.
United Kingdom would be much
This
better
is a
if
great institution.
situations like this could be resolved with a tables, ladders,
I
and
need
chairs
to prove
match.
its worth, and I need you to prove yours too.
I will. Of course I will.
It's been 3 years now. Sure you understand what I'm saying?
Completely. I'll do my best. It will be a first-rate piece of work.
Thank you. I look forward.
The irony that we're playing a
I'm
game that takes
sure
partially
you're
place in a
hoping
university
you
and
don't have to
I'm
stay in this dark
stuffing my
room
face with instant
forever.
noodles. I should say,
Sure
friends,
rather
I'm not
leave it after a
fishing for any kind of
well-deserved
taste at
promotion.
home. Fiona's got me a can of proper beans so I can
That's
have beans on toast, which I may
Oh,
indulge in
well.
later on today. Just taste at home, you know.
One more thing. The atmosphere here, things have been a little fraught. You must have noticed it's not just those protests that I'm concerned about. You know all about the business with the Cambridge Four, I presume.
The Cambridge 4?
I don't, actually.
You don't? A Soviet spy ring. Recruited right here in Cambridge. Passing secrets to the Russians for years, and we knew nothing about it. The papers are having a field day with it. They used to hang for things like this.
Well, thank goodness we don't do that anymore.
Yes. Yes, we can't stop the world from moving on. They think the Cambridge 4 might now be the Cambridge 5.
What the fuck is this game?
They still don't know who the 5th member is yet.
I'm not complaining, this is
I
fascinating.
need to be absolutely sure we are on our guard. So I'd like you to keep an eye out. You would tell me if you saw anything suspicious, wouldn't you? I can trust you on that?
Absolutely. You can trust me.
Glad to hear it. I'll see myself out. You carry on.
I study clouds, you old twat. What am I gonna sell to people? Yeah, Kestrel will absolutely tell him nothing. I've never wanted to join... Oh.
It's Peter here.
Peter, thank God you made it. Are you there? Is there a doctor? Can someone come and pick me up?
I could, but there's no doctor here.
No doctor? Who's there then?
Well, there's nobody here. The place is abandoned.
About that.
Hello?
That's impossible. They have to have someone stationed here all year round.
Floyd, it's not just the place is empty. Everyone's things are here. There are just no people. It's like they've all vanished.
Also, sorry, thank you for the 100. Even the guinea pigs sing your praises. And yeah, proper Heinz beans. I've got that to look forward to. The irony, of course, is that they are stupid expensive out here because they know only numpties like me with a touch of the home sickness will be the ones to pay like $5 for a tin of beans.
Exercise, a research trip, something like that. Taking a vehicle and headed out.
Well, maybe, but there's a vehicle here that's been abandoned too.
That doesn't sound right.
And wherever they went, they went in a hurry. There's footprints everywhere, and they left a mess in their living quarters.
What kind of mess?
Broken glass, an overturned chair, that sort of thing.
I know you're really upset about not being able to have the 12-foot skeleton. So I got you this.
You know what? There was a lot of things that I thought would happen today when I woke up. This is not one of them. I'd like to introduce you all to Herschel Skeleton, my new best bud. Hey! What's going on, Herschel? Not a lot, Will. It's good to be here. Didn't think I'd be able to make it today. Oh, well, I'm glad you could come on the show. Do you have any strong opinions about the British schooling system? I'm a skeleton. The fuck you want from me? All right. Calm down. Jesus. I got a skeleton! Spooky, scary skeletons increases. Does he have a hook on his head?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll have to work out how we're going to hang this guy. Because there's wall space for him. Because I feel like if we hang him, like, from the neck here, it'll just end up with, like, no. Last year when Fiona went away for I think it was the wedding you went to.
Yeah.
I desperately tried to find a 6-foot skeleton that I could purchase, and they were all very, very expensive. You know, the dream still lives, but now I have the cardboard version. Echo, despite both of our charming good looks and chiseled features, myself and Herschel aren't actually twins. Though we do pretend to be twins in bars to get free drinks. You can't put the skeleton over the pride flag. That's disrespectful to the gays.
As a gay, I say nay.
Ha! Guinea pigs have opinions on this.
They do.
It just looks like I've made the world's worst.
I need to get another one. I need another one.
Alright. Friends, if any of you want to grab a snack in a second while we're creating what essentially looks like clip art pirate flags. The guinea pigs are heckling me so bad. Herschel is also gay. This has been well documented. It's actually where we became friends, the late night gay bars of Soho. The 3 a.m. clubs. That's where Herschel and I became acquainted.
Oh, he's reaching.
He's reaching for that axe. It's not quite there.
There.
And there we have it, the newest addition to our household. Johnny's like, well, we have a bone to pick with you? Yeah, Lost Flowers, skeleton pride is important. Oh, Fearless says maybe he's like throwing the axe. Yeah! Herschel's axe throwing ability. And of course, because Fiona's in here, Amos is like, oh, I've got to come help too.
And the rubber got your colors.
Aw, babies. How's he doing?
He's good.
His little paw looks so sore.
Tomorrow.
Oh, thank you for the skeleton. It does look like I've basically just got this man spread skeleton. Ah! Oh, Asari is asking if you can take a photo of it. Okay, well, sorry, I'll grab a photo of it now. You can all have a look at me ass. Streaming is serious business. Yes, as Wolfgrad, Herschel does indeed have a great sense of humor. For you can see his funny bone from here. Did I ever tell you lot I got told off for taking selfies at the surgery museum in front of real skeletons? Did I ever tell you that story? No, I'm just posting Herschel to the IRL channel in Discord. For those of you that need a close-up picture of the newest member of our household. Yeah, I mean, I'll tweet it as well. I mean, what do I tweet it? Introducing Herschel, the gay skeleton. There we go. Tweet deployed. Tweet deployed. Now, should we go back to British people being very, very nervous in the snow? Or does anyone need more of a break? You know what? I'm going to post that on the Book of Face as well. So my family knows what an unhinged individual I've become. Okie dokie. So, Bacon, actually, the only reason why I am not questing for the 12-foot Home Depot skeleton is not just because Home Depot gives money to bad people, but also because the the neighbor friends that we have below us, it's looking like they're going to be moving out. So, initially, the plan had been... The plan had been to team up with them to have the legs of the skeleton on the edge of their balcony and have Big Skelly Friend coming off, kind of like they're climbing up the side, but as they're moving out, I'd have to make friends with the new people. So I'm working on it. I'm working on it. But
what? Maybe, or maybe there was an emergency. Someone got sick or something.
Oh, listen to me. I don't like the sound of this. I want you to get out of there as quick as you can. You hear me?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, I'll wrap it up and I'll come back.
No, don't come back, Peter. Took you 2 hours to get there. You come back here and then where are we? Back to square one. Peter, listen carefully. I don't know for sure, but it's possible that the base you're in might have been
attacked by who?
Attacked? This is a research station. Who would attack this place?
Soviets.
No. Don't be ridiculous, Floyd. We're not at war.
The Cold War hasn't been so cold around here recently. People are tetchy. I've heard stories of shots being fired. And you could kill a dozen men down here and no one would know about it.
You're being paranoid, Floyd.
I've met the guys who work at Deception Point, mate. They run a tight ship. It's not like them to leave it completely deserted without telling anyone. And now you're telling me there are signs of a struggle? You can't rule it out.
Well, then I'll come back and we'll make another plan.
Listen here, Mr. In Shot from Broken Leg.
There's a chance I can raise someone from here, but if you come back and I can't, then we're back at square one. They'd have to have us both on their case. Look, I'll keep trying on the radio. You've got to move on. Get out of there, quickly.
What about you?
First things first, don't worry about me. You want more help if you keep yourself safe. You're in the radio hut, right? Anything in there which could help tell where we are?
There's absolutely keys.
There's a map here.
A map? Great. Oh, what's on it?
I can see where I am. The base at Deception Point.
Okay, great. Anything north of there?
There are buildings to the north. Do you know what they are?
More buildings. I know the Norwegians are stationed out here too. That'll be the Norwegian base.
What if I just got the fucking car, drove to you, and then we both drive to the Norwegian people?
Allies. They'd help us. Just pray there'll be someone there when you arrive. You mentioned there was a vehicle. Have you got...
Yep, got the keys.
Got them. Got them.
Well, that's something. Let's hope they fill the tank up. Can you see a route on the map? Any landmarks to follow?
Up ahead, there's some kind of huge rock marked on here. Cathedral Rock. Looks like the highest point around. Maybe I'll be able to see the Norwegian base from there.
Sounds like that's your first destination. Peter.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I've got my hands. That's all.
Well met. How goes life, friendo?
To the Big Blue Heron, like, thank you for the full 47-month spree. It goes. It certainly goes. How are you doing? Watto, and welcome once more! We're trying to work out what kind of game this is turning out to be. Fearless is guessing like a thing-type horror. I'm not sure, but I'm curious.
Just make sure you send those flares up so I can find you again. Floyd, are you still there?
Sorry, I had to move my leg. Look, don't hang about, Peter. Keep going, for Christ's sake. I'll keep broadcasting on this frequency when I can. Try and pick it up again when you get to the base.
I will, and remember those flares.
I heard you. Look, I've got to go. You just get to that cathedral.
What do you mean you've got to go? Hey, it's not like you got to fucking pop down the shops or catch an episode of Emmerdale. You're trapped in a plane. What are you going to miss, Bridge Night? Alright. I love this little vehicle, whatever it is. I kind of wish it was one of those things I could just have. Oh yeah, you're right, Echo. The one person trapped in a Tundra pub quiz will be starting very soon. Mum, gotta go. Mum's on the other line. What other line? Who else is here? Fucking wee! Bum ba dum ba dum ba. Oh, it's doing that desert bus thing where the buggy shifts, so I have to keep adjusting. Oh.
Thanks for picking me up like that. I'm absolutely soaked.
Oh!
It must have looked a terrible state.
Did you miss the bus?
Don't know what happened. The bus just didn't turn up.
Meanwhile, in Infinite London...
Sorry, I think I'm sitting on something. Oh, sorry, it's your peepers. Oh, I haven't got them all wet.
Oh, don't worry about it.
So this is your grand tome about the clouds. Would you mind if I take a look?
Knock yourself
Of
out.
course. I mean, if you can understand.
Excuse me?
British flirting
Sorry,
at its
goodness.
finest.
What?
Do you have a right to be here? You know, I have earned my place.
I'm not saying anything.
What are you talking about?
Well, maybe this is a bad idea. I don't want to read them anyway if you don't think I can understand them.
No. I meant they're probably illegible. I meant you might not be able to read them. That's all.
Oh, sorry. Just, I get that kind of thing a lot. I'm a bit sensitive.
Crosswise.
I thought you morphed into my old professor there.
My office. See me.
Anyway, sorry.
As I
Welcome
said,
to
don't worry.
Infinite London!
Take a look if you like.
Oh,
Honestly, friends, you couldn't drive this long and still be in Cambridge. It's not
you're
that
an
big.
excellent note taker.
Although I guess, like, we're
The
technically
rest is
in this guy's
probably
memories.
classified,
Like,
top secret.
And where is yours, may I ask? May I read that?
Stop it.
You haven't started it, I know.
I will. I haven't had 3 years.
I mean, actually, Fearless, maybe that's what the game we gotta make is Infinite London.
Sorry, that was a bit low. I'm just a bit tired at the moment. My proposal was rejected again yesterday. It needs more work.
Oh no.
Talk to me, you know. I know what it's like trying to find the right subject.
I'm starting to wonder if I'll ever find it. My friend Molly's nearly finished hers, and here I am, not even at the starting line.
Oh, fuck Molly.
If you're
Molly's full of
as
shit.
successful as you are with your lectures, you'll be fine.
Thanks, Doctor. I'll just put you safe down here. Cambridge.
Infinite Cambridge.
Even on a day like this, I do love this journey.
To the university, you mean?
Yes.
Well.
Yeah, when you combine Neverwhere and Fallen London, you
I'm
get
enjoying
this.
it too.
Yeah, like
Picking you up
Infinite
from this
IKEA,
mighty
but Infinite Cambridge.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yay!
Who needs a big bus when you can have a car like this?
Your presence tells me this is obviously better for picking up ladies.
Oh, well,
Ah!
you can just about fit one in if that's what you mean.
Bismarck,
Anyway,
thank you for
this
25
will
months.
do just fine. Thanks again for getting me out of the rain like that. It was...
Don't mention it.
No, it was an inconvenience. It won't happen again.
I tell you, Sadlan, I would love to get the rights to do a Neverwhere video game, you know?
This is the BBC Live program. Here is the news. Talks began today in Washington between Britain, the United States, and Soviet Russia over the renewal of the Antarctic Treaty, which forbids any acts of military aggression in Antarctica. Reports of recent skirmishes on the continent have established the need to reaffirm the worldwide commitment to peace.
The coincidence that this is the news story that they're just running that evening, and it's not, I don't know.
There's a point of concern.
Hello, welcome, this is the BBC News Story. Tonight, a goat on the loose in Cambridge. Most terrifying thing, police are baffled.
Wholeheartedly to ensure a lasting peace in the nuclear era.
Yeah, I would fecking love to be able to do a Neverwhere game. The problem is, it's so London that if you don't know it, it's... Neverwhere is an incredible book by Neil Gaiman about kind of the mystical lands beneath London. And, oh boy, it's one of those, you could read it having never lived in London and gone, wow, this is a fascinating fantasy story. And you read that thing having lived in London and it's like, holy shit, in a bag of chips, that's upsettingly accurate.
That bus? What's that, 5, 6 in a row now?
I don't know, I counted 7 maybe.
It'll never happen again.
Wolfcrat, I need to rewatch Sandman because I was chatting with somebody about it and they pointed out some details I completely miss.
What? I haven't seen her in ages.
Fuck you, Molly! Don't talk shit about my work! Oh, look who it is. Miss gets all her papers published.
Clara!
Oh, it's wonderful to see you.
Well, you can't miss us all today. Is this your handsome bus driver?
I didn't call him that. Molly, this is Peter. Peter, this is Molly.
I've heard.
Doctor.
Heard what?
You'll be joining us, I hope.
Joining you here outside.
I actually, Sadlan, I keep forgetting that there's that really good, BBC voice version. The radio dramatization.
Tens of thousands of us.
Keep meaning to earmark some time to give it a listen.
Seems a bit excessive.
Worth it to save the world, don't you think?
It's a waste of time, isn't it?
If this is a waste of time, I'd like to know what really was worth someone's time.
Oh, sorry, Peter, Molly is a lecturer at the college too, when she's not showing me the ropes or working on her opus.
Oh, that's all done now. The paper's published.
Oh, so good for you, Molly!
Oh,
That's so
having
wonderful!
it hanging over me any longer.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. I can focus on this for a while. Much more important.
Do you think this will make a difference?
It jolly well has to, don't you think? Considering what's at stake, we're all under threat. I would have thought as a man of science you'd know all about it.
I study clouds.
Radiation carried by the clouds.
Seems Clara's told you all my secrets.
Oh, I didn't know it was an official...
No, it's not. It's not. It's fine.
The radiation is what's terrifying. One hydrogen bomb could kill 1 million people in an instant. But then the radiation spreads and could kill millions more. Slowly this time. The British government is building more bombs when they should be doing the opposite. Disarming. Setting an example to the world.
Wouldn't that let our guard down? Isn't that what the Soviets want?
We're not naive, you know. We want the three sides to stop entrenching themselves. All this posturing of theirs can only end one way. It's got to be unilateral nuclear disarmament. Otherwise, every day we are one step closer to the end.
Ah, yes, my favourite Linkin Park album. I believe you'll find that on that very... I believe if it was Meteora that said...
I've got a lecture to give. Peter, would you mind if I had a lift for the last mile?
Fuck yes.
Of course not.
It was good to meet you, Peter.
Oh, it's wonderful to meet you, Molly! Oh, it's so lovely! I'm so glad you're doing so well!
You're coming on the march, aren't you, Clara?
I wouldn't miss it for anything.
And you, Peter?
I've rather too much work, actually. Don't think I'll get away.
Shame. Well, in the meantime, I'm sure Clara will take very good care of you.
Well...
She will?
That's enough, Molly Shanahan. We'll be off now.
You go and get your bus,
Well.
Clara. Ting ting.
Most aggressive of British flirting.
Impressive, isn't she?
She is a...
No more than you are.
Ah. Good work there, Peter, mate. Flip that one, turns right upside down. Johnny, I think we might have just gotten two bells. If that's a term that we're using now. I love this weird little vehicle. I don't know what the legalities are of owning tread-based vehicles in the US. Let's look into it, because that would be funny as fuck. My first vehicle is a tiny tank. We could have gone and picked up Broken Legman, popped him in the back of the truck. We could be on our way. Alright, well there are the Swedes. And I'm sure nothing bad happened the end.
You know what I'm gonna say? I've got a pretty good idea. You need to get out more.
I have to work.
Oh, come on, old chap. I have to say, I've never really understood it. Here you are writing about clouds, and yet you never see the sky.
Well, we can't all make our money having... You know what? I was about to say something heinous then, and I took it back. Feck you,
What
buddy.
do you know? I've got a lot of writing to be getting on with, Joe, so if you could...
Well, let's see some of these words then, shall we? Come on, man or a mouse. It's the way it's top secret, is it? You can trust me.
No, I can't, Joe. I've known you for 3 seconds. You're already a cockwomble.
What do you think, Sam?
I'm sure some of it is very good. Here.
What just happened to
I really
Sam's
have
arm?
got a lot of work to do.
It would seem so.
Don't worry, old chap. Well, we'll hit that wall sometimes. It's all part of writing a paper.
Now, come on, don't be so modest, Sam. You dashed yours off in a few months.
Well, maybe I was fortunate, but the point is...
The point is, you set your sights straight and true, sat down and wrote the damn thing.
It wasn't quite like that.
Well, you did it, and now here you are, senior lecturer. Which makes two of us.
Yeah, again, you know what? I've actually got the packet here. So it's 2 times I was about to say something heinous, and I haven't. So, I am giving myself a dinosaur sticker. It's a tiny Triceratops. I have earned this by not making heinous jokes about the British university system. No, seriously, look, it's happening. It's happening. It's going right here. Hanging out with a purple dinosaur. Boof. I earned that. Let's continue.
Did Joseph not mention he got a promotion too? It does tend to slip his mind for a few seconds occasionally.
Well, you know what could be open to him if he gets this right and gets promotion? His own department. Eventually. Professorship. You can't reach those heights if you stay in this hovel for the rest of your...
Well, that's true, but I wouldn't
My point
quite
was
put it...
that saying to Peter it's all part of the process is just kind words. What we need to do is help our poor friend here be a man and write.
Be a man.
All right, maybe I could use a little help here and there, but I don't need any pity.
Eat some
It's not
ham.
pity. We believe in you. We just don't want to come back and have the same conversation. Just don't start again. That would be a disaster, wouldn't it, Sam?
I think he's right, Peter. I know it's tempting to want to forget everything and start again on a blank page, but then you're risking making the same mistakes all over again. You know, sometimes it's better to see where you've gone wrong, that's all. Let it help you. Good things might come of it.
Good things like a promotion, I might add.
Nobody likes you, Joel!
Says, don't start again.
What does he know? He's only read 1 page.
It practically is just 1 page. Peter.
Tables,
we don't
mats, and chairs,
enjoy
let's go.
seeing you struggle. I know what you need.
No, Lizzie, these dinosaur stickers are precious. They will not be
Go on,
taken
then.
to the face.
What you need is some inspiration. Those 3 new girls.
Joe, you're a piece of shit. Get out of my house.
They'll be at the Fox and Hounds this evening, and so, my good man, shall we?
I'm writing a book on clouds, you cockwomble. No. Fuck off.
No,
You should come. But if you can't, that's 1 girl for Sam and 2 for me. We'll buy you a pint anyway. See you later, old chap.
Good luck with it. We'll see you later.
Oh,
Don't be
interesting.
shy, Peter. Come along.
So, friends, in case any of you needed to know this, Fearless is doing some research, and according to autotrader.com, it is not illegal to have a vehicle with treads instead of wheels. However, if it is a military vehicle, it has to be professionally demilitarized before you can have it as a legal civilian. So, if I got a Mini Cooper and put tank treads on it, that's legal. But I can't have a military vehicle until it's been demilitarized officially. Nerds.
Man or a mouse?
I have considered putting a wheel on the front of a snowmobile just for shits and giggles, but I've had too many friends get obliterated in bike accidents.
Oh, there you are. 7 o'clock, I thought you said.
Oh, fashionably late.
Come sit, I got you some tea.
Fuck yes.
Oh, great idea, thank you.
Sugar for you?
Oh, just the one.
1, please.
Okay.
Okay, can we just point out, it's keeping track of our choices throughout this. It kept track of the fact that we chose to stay in and work on our paper rather than go to the protest. It didn't keep track of the fact that we decided to stay working instead of, go out and try and pick up lasses at the pub. But it's absolutely judging me for having 1 sugar in my tea.
Oh my goodness, you're soaked. Where's your jacket?
Oh, well, not on me, of course. Mind on other things.
The paper again? Still all consuming?
I can handle it.
Echo's suggesting they can't imagine they would be, as those treads would destroy the streets. Possibly. Oh shit, that's a real vehicle? Okay, that's amazing. There's no way I'll ever be able to afford that. But yeah, it's a literal, like, Morris Motor Company mini snowmobile with tank treads. Fuck yeah. Look, if one of you could just find a galleon full of Spanish gold and just cut me in, like, that would be great. Because, like, I'm not a man that needs large amounts of money. Like, wiping out some debts and being able to, you know, support this household would be lovely. But then just having enough left over that I could buy something stupid like that.
Oh, I don't blame you.
Who am I kidding? I'd
I've
probably
been
still
thinking
spend it
about
on
it quite a bit
animals
too.
and stuff and things, but...
You have? About my paper?
Yes.
To tell you the truth, I'm rather stuck.
You're writing about clouds, mate.
I gathered.
Could you finish it for me, do you think?
I thought you could handle it.
Newsflash, I lied.
Well, it's a beautiful idea. I think that's why it stuck with me.
I know. It could be something great.
It could. It would be like having a superpower. Being able to predict the paths of the clouds. And next step, control the weather. You could be Cloud Man.
Are you taking this seriously?
I'd need a much better name than Cloud Man.
Well, you could predict when it's going to rain, at least. This weather reminds me of home.
Oh, that's cool. Salem was saying that that
Is it
particular mini
miserable
was
all the
made by
time?
the same team, the same fabricators for the original
Although
Mad Max.
Edinburgh
Lovely.
always looked better in the rain to me, so that's why I choose to remember it.
Wolfcrat.
That's where you grew up, isn't it?
No!
That's right. I had a wee cottage in the Highlands too. Our parents would take us up there once in a while.
Us.
Okay, her accent is way too soft to have been anything other than Edinburgh for a long time. The irony that Meredith from Brave is probably closer to a proper Scottish accent than this lass.
Brothers and sisters?
One brother, older.
Are you alright?
Yes, sorry.
I didn't mean to pry.
It's just, he was killed in a motorcycle accident near the cottage when he was 18.
I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault. It's life. Or, well, the opposite.
How old were you when it happened?
16. But still, I have a lot of happy memories about him. At the cottage, he always used to get up early, go out into the forest. bring back
Sorry,
lunch
Echo was
to
saying
the
it sounds
woods,
like
whip
their
up the
friend
fire.
from Scotland, who's been in London for many years, and now they can finally understand him on the
The house was
phone.
already warm for us.
I like the sound of doing that. I could do that. Grab an axe, go out each morning, chop wood.
So you could be the woodsman then.
Oh, better than the Cloud Man. Stronger.
Oh, no, I like Cloudman. So, these clouds, your beautiful subject. What do you think you need?
Oh, well, that's simple. More readings to work with.
Sounds achievable.
Well, in theory, yes, but they need to be first-hand, verifiable.
All right. I take it all has to be taken somewhere where the readings aren't affected by other factors.
You got it.
And this is how I ended up in the Antarctic.
The thing is, it needs to be somewhere very remote, and I need to be there for a while, you see, to get enough readings.
That makes sense. And I suppose the university budget doesn't exactly allow you to travel the world. Maybe...
What?
Well, that cottage I mentioned, it's in the middle of nowhere, a highest place for miles around. Now would be the time to go with summer coming up.
All summer free?
Yeah.
Well, I'd have to check with my father, but it's remote, just a little place in the woods with a log fire and not much else. But if that's what you're looking for...
I am.
Fuck yeah, let's go!
That's just the kind of place I've been searching for.
Promise me you're serious about this?
Fuck yeah.
I promise you that.
Promise me that. Anyway, no more past tense.
No more past tense, eh?
Sorry, I didn't know how I felt about the cottage until I started talking about it. I shouldn't have said anything.
You absolutely should have. It's a great idea.
I'm full of them today.
That was ominous.
I think I'd be able to find somewhere else, you know. I must be able to.
It's just... I don't know what my father would say about me bringing an unmarried man up there.
Well, if you're worried about your father, we don't need to go.
No, I'm not worried about him. He's just not exactly modern. Not exactly ringing the changes like Moll's. Doubt her father even knows what she's up to. You should have seen Moll's on that march, striding forward in front. Shame he didn't come. Quite the force of nature. Do you think the bus would make it there?
The bus? That would cost a fortune.
Not that bus, silly. You know, your bus. Ding ding.
Oh, the mighty steed, of course.
Well, the roads are pretty rough. Would it cope with it?
Only one way to find out.
I have absolutely no idea.
Da 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 da.
Careful. We want to make it in one piece.
We do. I didn't suggest the route.
Just keep driving.
Do do do
I
do
know
do
it
do
seems to go on
do.
forever. Just trust me.
It's a
The cottage is only a few
kaleidoscope,
miles
innit?
away now.
I'm excited to see it.
Me too. I haven't been here in so long. I'm a bit nervous. I don't know. I don't quite know if things will feel different coming back. I hope you like it.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
Sorry, my brain is entirely
And
on.
thank you
Can I get a?
for asking
Can
your
I get a
father.
Mini Cooper with tag trains?
I know this is a big thing.
Well, I told him I was taking a friend. I didn't mention you were a man.
Details, details.
Oh, do you think he'd disapprove?
Not exactly. No. Well, he is very old-fashioned, but...
Well, thank you for coming along. Well, inviting me and coming along.
Oh, no. I mean, without me, how would you find it for a start? I couldn't rightly let you run
Reactor
away all by
online.
yourself.
Sensors online.
Hey!
Orbits online. All systems nominal.
This is purely professional, isn't it?
I
You
feel
could run
like
away.
part of the furniture.
Ditch the paper, live in the woods.
You are
26
being
months worth of it, no
presumptuous,
doubt.
aren't you?
So you're watching incredibly awkward British courtship, whilst a guy is kind of dying in the Antarctic at the same time. How are you? And Hookshot on top of everything. Thank you for 26 months. God, we gotta sort out the fucking internet here. Sorry, I just looked over and we've been cheekily dropping some frames today. I do not know why. There's no reason we should be. A great many frustrations. But yeah, Hookshot, how are you doing? And to all of you who are chilling through our little drive to the Highlands,
No,
I hope
I'm
you're all doing
here
well.
to help. You'll need help with the equipment and recording all the data, all that.
Oh, actually, and Hookshot, while I remember, so I'll probably put the call out on Twitter in a little bit. Tomorrow, I'm basically gonna set up my little stall on the corner of twitch.television and just do like free help for anybody who needs it in Venture Games. So if there's any stuff that you've been stuck on or any stuff you want to bounce off another person, you've got me for tomorrow. So long as you don't mind me talking about it
Stranded
on
up here in the
stream.
middle of nowhere.
I'd build us a shelter, be the man of the woods.
Oh, he's back, is he? The
I'm telling
woodsman.
you, I could do that.
Just be the kind of man who remembers to fill up the tank when we're off to the middle of nowhere.
Well, I am.
21 days until PAX
This isn't a
Australia.
big
Fucking
mistake.
yo! You've got a booth for PAX Australia as well. Well, this is BBC Scotland saying Archive the New.
This is the BBC. Here is the news. The talks in Washington over the renewal of the Antarctic Treaty were in deadlock last night, with Soviet Russia threatening to walk out of discussions early. The new president, Lyndon B.
I can't
Johnson,
pause this.
made an impassioned speech during which he criticized the Soviets' aggressive stance and reasserted the need for compromise. The president described the Russians as playing a lethal hand and asserted that continuing to do so would risk leading the world into war.
The guinea pigs have strong opinions on this. So Hookshot got their 1,000 likes with giveaway key thingies as well. Lovely. No, that's be fucking cool. But no, a Hookshot, please make sure to take a bunch of
Sensors
photos.
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
47 months. Happy anniversary. Remember that you are loved and there's no shame in that.
I am a disaster who somehow continues. But Captain Stephanie Barnes, thank you kindly. And I hope things are going well with yourself. Yeah. I mean, I will say, Hookshot, if you're like 20 days out from PAX, there's probably nothing that I can banter on or assist with in the short term. But if you know anybody that's in need of some help, like I'm going to put like a call out tomorrow. Oh, nice! Yeah, Hookshot, I look forward to giving that like another proper run. Every Indian in the world. I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, everybody remember where we parked! But no, so Hookshot, basically, I was nattering to these lovely mother hubbards about it, but, like, in and around PAX, I've been kind of, oh god, I've been giving people my usual pitch, which is that I'll help just about anybody. You know, I focus on, like solo, small, sometimes mid-team, indie teams, because that's what I know best. And, you know, I talk a lot about how I'll do, like, I'll help teams out for no or low cost.
It's a Soviet base.
Oh, don't be in. You're a fucking professor, Dingleberry. What are you gonna do? Jutsu no cloud book? God, this guy's a pleb. Hey, look, Hookshot. When you end up being stonkingly rich from successful video games, I will absolutely accept any and all help. Like, you can just be like, Will, here's a dump truck of money. And I'll be like, yay. But, like, it's not why I do it, friend, you know?
What's going on?
Don't you worry now, Pete. We're here for you. Your father's on his way up. Said he'd like a word too. Such a big boy now.
What did you do?
What happened today? It's not your fault. I just want you to know that. These boys, well, I bet they're just trying to make you feel small because they're feeling small inside. Don't you listen to them, all right?
All right.
Here he is. You sleep well. What do you say we carry on with making that rabbit hutch tomorrow, eh? That'd be nice.
Now, this is a British dad from, like, the 40s minimum? That guy's a doctor.
Still awake?
He is.
No more tears, eh?
No, he's settled.
He's gonna be a bad dad. This guy's gonna be a bad dad.
Go on. It's all right. We'll be fine.
Well, if you're sure. Good night, Pete.
Night.
Let's just throw some childhood trauma into this pot. see how it comes out.
Oh, Peter. What are we gonna do with you?
Bad dad.
Your mother won't like me saying this, but it's true.
It's not true. He's just a terrible fucking father.
You've got to learn to stand up for yourself. Next time, you hit them back. You hear me? An eye for an eye. That's what I've always said.
That was, of course, until I lost my eye in a pub accident.
You see it coming, you get in there first. I know it sounds hard.
I'll pause that nonsense. Hookshot was saying, we do have some other interesting things as well. Working on tools for indies. So a bot that tells you when anyone on Twitch or YouTube starts streaming. Fecking great. And a CRM solely designed for game dev. That's fecking grand.
I know you like the Tekkens. Tekken 8 was announced.
I'm shocked and surprised by this turn of events.
I know.
I take it.
State of play.
Yeah. We gotta do like a check in our internet stuff because I'm dropping frames over here and I've not moved or changed anything today. So I guess, yeah, the state of play's happening. But no, so Hookshot, that's feckin' grand. And I will absolutely point people to those tools. I mean, for a time, like, it was pretty much just like Rami and Vlambeer that were doing that kind of like free stuff for teams. And it worked. Like, I think the press.kit's still pretty much the standard for indie press kits and stuff like that. I'm trying to think of some of the other good ones. There's a few like toolkits and resources, but just some more
Long day tomorrow.
practical stuff, you know?
So not another peep. All right?
Fuck off, bad dad. We're talking about video games.
Good boy.
Well, it was also because like press.kit used to lock into one of the key distribution sites as well, which is real cool, but I think that's all kind of faded. I'm not actually sure the stats of it because I haven't used it. I mean, things like Keymailer and stuff like that are quite common. God. But yeah, it's one of those things that the devs knowing when people are doing coverage on their game could be like, you know, the big difference. It also lets them, I mean, as you know, Hookshot, it also lets them it also lets them promote stuff on the spot. Hookshot says Indie Boost over Keymailer. Shit, which one's hang on. Which one's Indie Boost again? Oh yeah, Catapult. I've tried that one so far. What do you mean that's not correct? I made that. Alright, so Catapult's not working right now. So feckin' scream at it later. Alright. No, that's one for later, but I've not had too much success with Indie Boost. At least from a creator standpoint. I don't know how Indie Boost's been for you for as a dev. And it's kind of like things like Evolve and Evolve's terminals and stuff like that. Like sometimes it can be really hard to break down the barrier between like accessing the audience that those sites have to getting to the creators that will do the most amount of good. Oh, way cool. Hey, Hookshot, like, that's feckin' grand. And if they haven't, like, asked for any cash, then that's feckin' brilliant. Oh, shut up, bad dad. Hadouken. Haha, Toy General has been unleashed.
He likes his books. He likes taking care
I feel like this is one of those missed puzzles where, like, putting the planet over Antarctica and the red soldier up unlocks the magical door. But no, that's fucking cool. Because it's very hard sometimes, at least from the outside, to be able to judge what is and isn't successful. Like, in terms of, like, indie marketing and nonsense like that. Sorry I'm talking over this. This is just one of those, like, just awkward 1940s conversations, which I just would be... Shit, alright. I'm just going to natter through it. I'm allowed.
Missed out. Missed out how? I did my bit in the ARP. If I got through the physical, I would have got in.
I'm going to play with this tiny plane! One of the interesting ones has been trying to find out about the success of Twitch bounties. Do.
I won't have it. In my house and all. And you should be bloody thankful for it too.
No one likes you, Reg. Shut up.
I worked bloody hard for this family. It's not like you're bringing anything in. The least I ask for is a little respect.
Note to self: set fire to Reginald. Hookshot says they'd love to test our bounties. Well, what I've heard is that the Twitch bounty system is only accessible to US audiences. I don't know if it's the same for, like, US developers. I don't think so, because I've seen international titles on there, but it's only available to like streamers in the US, which is fascinating.
Good night, Pete.
Because right now, I mean, Hookshot, you know the same question everyone's saying is, like, we're in an indie golden age, so, like, how do you get noticed? How do you get coverage is, like, the biggest question to talk about. Although, I tell you, so I came across something yesterday. You know how I've been talking about, like, promotion through non-standard means, right? So, like, not immediately jumping on TikTok, not just trying to copy other people in the same space. I came across this one individual who was part of the Phasmagoria 2, or Phantasmagoria, I never know how to pronounce it. He's part of that project, and is currently doing a YouTube series where interviewing people who were part of, like, the FMV and point-and-click kind of golden age, or at least the tail end, like the CD-ROM era. And actually, let me get the site for you all, because it's fecking amazing. What was it? It was... There we go. Alright, so this will only really run true with those of you who have played, like, old FMV point-and-clicks, or who played Phantasmagoria back in the day. Check out that website. When you get to it, just go go new game and go from there. And it's a promotion for a, like, long form YouTube series with interviews from people who worked on those kind of games at that time and stuff like that. But it's a whole ass point and click game. Like, holy shit. And I don't think I've ever... I think it's been... Yeah, it's been a very, very, very long time since someone's, like, marketing assets for something they're working on blew me away like that. Like, I watched the videos on the YouTube channel, they're good, they're solid, feckin' grand, but that site is, like, next tier. And Biggs, what up, friend? Hello, hello. We're probably about to get jumped by the Russians. Or a monster who was once a dog that turned into a face.
What?
Nothing. Damn kettle's hot, that's all. Watch out. You alright?
What's that? Oh, yes. I've got the tea on.
Welcome
boiling.
to British awkward flirting
Well,
in real
don't worry about me,
time.
just make sure you have what you need.
So you don't want any tea?
Look, it's fine. Nothing.
Are you sure? It doesn't sound like nothing.
Oh, and Hookshot, this art style is great.
Alright,
Like,
do you read me?
it seems to be, if it's not rotoscoped, it seems to be almost like a low-budget motion capture because of there's a cleanness to the animations that feels very much like it's been performed rather than like hand animated.
I'm sorry about last night. I didn't mean for you to have to sleep on the sofa.
It's fine.
Oh, don't mention it. It's a very comfy sofa.
Oh, I'm glad. I thought you'd be annoyed.
Hey, Hookshot, I've got to have at least one hobby. Awkwardly British flirting with all of you lot seems to be one of them.
What do you mean?
I know what most of the men at Cambridge are like. They can take home whoever they like and they can tell all their friends about it afterwards. Like, they just get a slap on the back and a well done, old chap. For us, it's different. If you don't keep quiet about it like Molly doesn't, then you hurt a girl with a reputation.
All right, look, it's early. I'll get us some breakfast in a bit, shall I?
That sounds nice. It didn't have anything to do with you.
Well, so sorry, I said when I said rotoscoping, what I meant was it gives it that rotoscope kind of vibe. It's obviously not rotoscope because they're clearly 3D models, and I don't think that it was reference materials that were then hand animated to look like that, or like. Well, there's a few elements like. I definitely think this was a motion captured performance, but a simplistic art style means that we don't know to what extent. And I've been hearing some really interesting things about how teams have been doing budget mocap. One person I spoke to, they did their entire mocap with basically an iPad and some very janked software, and it did it spot on. Like when you don't need to do facial capture, you're just getting the rest of the movements, it's doable. And in a game like this, that while it's 3D, it is in an environment where, for the most part, the game controls our viewpoints and otherwise.
Friends at school, girlfriends who play into this whole thing too, the whole parade of it. Didn't understand my interest in science. Thought I was a bit.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And Quad, thank you kindly for 7 months, you feckin' legend.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just in an odd frame of mind. I thought the work might help keep my head straight.
Maybe a walk would help you.
No, I like it. I'm enjoying it, really.
I wonder what it could be that is distracting your mind, both of you.
I definitely got from my father. It's perfectionism, for better or worse.
Hard to live up to.
Well, it's good to be ambitious, and what's this if it's not ambitious? Speaking of which, there's something I noticed.
Show me.
I've just looked at the latest batch of atmospheric radiation readings. Don't worry, everything seems to be moving in ways we're expecting. It's all consistent. It's just consistently higher too, compared to the ones we took a few months ago.
He's got new equipment, maybe? That would explain why everything's jumped at once.
Well, I'll double check everything again now. It's just something I noticed as I glanced over them. It'll be good for me to focus on something like this anyway. Get my head down.
Just take care of yourself.
Ah, don't worry about me. Look, why don't you look around? There's plenty of books to read.
Oh, why not? If you're sure.
Wait, so she dragged you up to the cabin in the middle of nowhere, is awkwardly flirting, and is now nervously writing your paper for you. Okay. Dear Ma, happy Mothering Sunday. Sorry the card's in state. Clara wanted to make it. Signed R. Let's go look at people stuff in their homes. Creeping on all their notes here. But no, Quad, again, thank you for the 7 months. How's it going? Tell us your tales. God, this guy handles like tank controls. Let's get some tunes on.
Oh, well, look at this.
Oh, that whole thing. Feel free to put something on. Sorry, there's not a lot of choice. We didn't own much music.
Is this one all right?
Oh, it's
Apex
wonderful.
Twin starts blasting out. Sorry, I don't mean to snark at this game. I'm genuinely enjoying it, and I think this hits that
You're right.
really good biting
Can't
point between
concentrate.
visual
Where's that
novel
tea?
and like walking sim narrative experience. It's very, very on rails.
You all right?
When I told you the kettle was
It's
hot.
I said it was hot.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Under a bloody cold tap. Come on.
Wait there.
What are you doing?
Helping. Putting something on this bandage.
What?
Honey.
Honey?
No, you put it under
It
a
helps,
fucking
trust
cold tap. You dingleberry monster nonsense. Slathering honey on your burn.
Show me your hand.
I mean,
Oh,
I
sorry.
guess if you want it to smell nice.
There goes the tea.
Is there something else, Clara?
No, it's silly.
Come on, I'm sure it's not.
It's been a long time, and I should be over it by now. But it's my brother.
Ah, wasn't flirtation.
Last
It's
night.
I see.
okay.
You thought you might feel odd here, didn't you?
Yeah, but it's strange. I feel guilty too.
You don't need to feel guilty.
I've been forgetting him,
That doesn't make you guilty of anything.
and now I'm here again, and here he is.
Look, I hear what you're
And
all saying.
everything I look
Using
at.
honey as an antiseptic, that is a
You
smart
don't need to
maneuver.
stay.
I
It's
just,
too
like,
difficult.
after
No,
immediately being
I'm
burnt,
happy I came.
slathering honey on, it's just gonna make it smell
I should
great.
have done it sooner. Not imposed all this on you. It makes me wonder if I'd be where I am today if he was still around. You know, Cambridge, the whole thing. Does that make me a terrible person?
No, but I don't think I'd follow. You'd have been successful no matter what, wouldn't you?
I love my father, you know.
Are you bringing up your dad right now? Okay.
Father. What's he got to do with it?
I owe him everything. My interest in physics, engineering, maths, everything.
That's why we had him stuffed
Take
when
me
he
to all the
first
museums,
on.
make little experiments with me in the shed. He was an engineer, you see. But when I was so little, before he could really let me play with anything, my brother got all that attention. And when he died, it all came to me. His passions, they all became mine.
You're doing great things with them too.
Thank you. I just wonder sometimes whether he'd be showing an
It's
interest
making my
in a
palms
girl
itch.
if my brother hadn't, you know. I just... Would I have just been forgotten?
No, I'm sure not.
And the worst of it is sometimes I feel... Oh, it's horrible, I can't even see it.
You don't have to say anything if you don't want to.
Sometimes I feel grateful it happened. Otherwise, I wouldn't have got this chance. Isn't that awful?
Yeah, I hadn't considered that. Currently, we're in the Highlands of Scotland, not in the Arctic. Okay,
Thank you.
we're in the Arctic, I guess having weird flashbacks.
Here. Do you think you could manage to hold on to me?
But not with the burn hand, obviously. Sorry. The idea that the shop pulls out and there's the father taxidermied in the corner. For some reasons, I've just got the silly buggers about me today, friends. I don't know what it is. I love this art style. This game is utterly gorgeous. And I appreciate how it's using the reminders in these moments of tension to tell the story in its entirety. Now, the other person on the end of the line is going to freak out. Who I said we should have gone and picked up when we had fuel in the tank, but no. And yes, Jarl Infinitus Firestraker, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello.
Floyd, can you hear me?
Peter, you're safe. Where are you? You didn't run into any Soviets then? I'm guessing you found the Norwegians.
About that.
Tell me they've got a doctor, mate. This leg is killing me.
Floyd, the base I'm at, it's not Norwegian. It's Soviet.
Can you repeat that?
This is a Soviet base.
No. Wait, how are you getting this message out then? Have you been captured?
No, I'm fine, Floyd. I don't think there's anyone here either. It's freezing. Everything was powered down. I think I just had to restart the generator again.
I don't understand. Are we way off course? No, it makes no sense. You followed the map, right?
I just followed my instincts. But there's another map here.
Does it explain anything?
Oh, thank you for that one, Crysticks.
Can you see anything that might be the Norwegian base?
Yeah, a feckin' 1,000 miles away.
Yes, I can see it. I can see the flag.
Ah, well, at least I'm not going crazy.
And at least you haven't been attacked yourself.
What's the terrain like? Is it a straight shot?
Not even
It looks
close.
like it's between two mountains. On the other side of a bay. There's a ship marked on there too.
Christ. Well, if there's a ship, at least that means the base is pretty well
But
supplied.
there's something else on the map. Some area shaded out past the mountains. What does that mean? Is it dangerous?
I don't know, mate. It could be anything.
Floyd, I'm going to look for some supplies here and I'll come back, all right? Then we can regroup.
No, Peter, that makes no sense. We'd still be stuck out here. I haven't been able to raise anyone on the radio. Our only hope is for you to find a friendly out there.
Fine.
You need help, Floyd.
We don't have any option. Peter, I'll be honest with you. If you come back here now, we might not make it. Do you understand?
No.
I don't. It's better being there to help you. What if I run out of fuel on the way to the Norwegians?
So you drive as far as you can and then you get out and walk, Peter.
That's insane. If you could see this map, you'd know how insane it was.
Look, get it together. This is it. I don't like it any more than you do, but you're a grown man, Peter. If you don't do this, we're both done for. You hear me? We are dead. Peter, you there? Peter, come in.
Fine.
I'm here, all right? All right, I'll go.
So there's one subtle thing that's probably not coming across.
Do it. Now you know where you're going.
All right, so you've seen the prompts that are coming out, and each shape corresponds to an emotional response. Red shaky is like angry or stressed or reactive. The square is like calm, collected, focused. Obviously, the sun is happy. The purple wobbly blob is, I believe, nervous or something like that. But what's fascinating is that anytime our character is apprehensive towards something, I have to hold down the button for so much more, like I'm actually having to push through. Like, it's a subtle little trick, a subtle little effect you only get if you're playing it yourself.
And it's the other side of the bay, past that.
Right. And did you say there was a ship?
Yes, a ship on the other side of the bay.
Mountains, bay, ship. Say it back to me.
Mountains,
bay, ship.
Right,
Mountains, bay, ship.
I'll save the flares for when you're on your way back, alright? Mate, we'll have a little party.
Let's get out of here first. You just hang on, all right?
I will, mate, I will. I'll try and catch some entertainment on the radio. Some of those beeps, maybe. You heard any of that?
Yes, I can pick it up here too.
No idea what it is. No better way to piss off a stranded pilot, though, I'll tell you that.
Alright, Echo, to be continued. Have a
Right,
lovely
mate.
rest of your day. The strange thing is, I actually picked up I chose today's game specifically because I had this inkling that I was going to be very hungover today. I think it might have been because a certain someone brought homemade mead, and yet I've been not ragingly hungover today. Which takes some doing. But it has meant that it's a very dramatic game. No, running out of fuel.
I have to admit, I'm a bit nervous getting into the passenger side.
Nervous? Why?
I've seen you driving.
Do you want a lift or not?
Sorry, old chap. Of course. Right. Let's see if we can solve this. Cryptic one this time. 2 down, 8 letters, begins with U. Builder goes mad during door removal.
Unhinged.
Unhinged?
Ah. Now I'm pleased I took the lift with you.
Hey!
Unhinged.
That might be the first crossword thing I've ever gotten.
It's the only reason I buy these things now. Although, there was that one story I wanted to read. Can you believe it? About that Molly girl.
I haven't heard anything. What story?
Oh. No, you've been away in Scotland again, haven't you? Lucky you. The lecturer, Molly Shanahan, got taken away yesterday on campus. Caused a right stir outside college. Black cars blocking the road. Plainclothes police, or so it looked. Photographs here on page 2.
I know her. She's the one that wears the red jacket.
Well, I don't know about that. This one could be red. Bit of a giveaway if it was. But you know her.
She's a friend. Well, a friend of a...
I am very much enjoying how this game is doing the...
Mixed up in all this, huh?
It's not like a descent into madness type
politics
thing.
isn't my thing.
It's kind of
our
character poring over memories whilst trying to stay grounded in this situation.
Miss Shanahan, lecturer at Newhall College, Cambridge, was known to be associated with the CND and other anti-nuclear weapons organisations, all of which have come under suspicion since the marches on Whitehall earlier this year. She has been charged with handling data sensitive to Her Majesty's government and passing that data to contacts in Moscow.
Shit.
I can't believe it.
It's going to make the professor jumpy. Not the reason he wanted the university in the papers. Questions remain over whether she was working alone
J Post,
and
what
how
her
the
friend?
university deal with the fallout. The same as usual, I suppose. Just carry on.
Molly and Clara were good friends. Hope this won't come back on her, huh?
Oh, so Clara's that friend you mentioned then?
Alright.
She is. Yeah. Should be worried sick.
Look, despite all this newspaper talk, it's only questioning. I wouldn't get too worked up about it.
I'm not getting worked up. I just don't like the idea of everyone spying on each other, that's all.
Well, of course I hate to see it, but you know, nothing to do with us, old chap.
You're right. You're right.
It'll blow over soon, I'm sure.
I wouldn't be so sure. What if this is just the start?
All right, let's take another look at this one. 4 across, 9 letters, begins with T. Oh, this is what I am when you're driving.
Terrified.
Rhymes with verified.
Okay, I get the message.
Just gonna write that one down. If I should live long.
No, keep going. No, come on. Oh, please, keep going a bit further, No! Damn it!
Who's up for a stroll? Oh, the weather outside is weather. Alright, jog like you mean it. Go on, knees up by the brain! You can move faster than that! Where's that Cambridge? Where's that Cambridge spirit?
This is really state-of-the-art technology. It weighs a ton.
What?
Come on, you can do it.
I know.
It's just what I could cobble together with a meager budget.
I just wanted to make sure that if I was carrying the kitchen sink, it was a scientifically useful kitchen sink.
So EXO, all I heard from the state of play was Tekken 8 got announced.
To tell you,
I'm assuming because no one
Molly
came
just
rushing
before we
back
left.
here, they didn't announce Armored Core.
I hadn't heard anything since she was arrested.
Me neither until now. Well, it's been awful, as you'd expect. Arrested and questioned like that for so long. She sounded a bit shaken. Didn't sound like her at all.
So is she still under arrest?
Well, that's what she was calling about. She was being released without charge.
That's good.
Oh, well, that's a relief.
Well, it's better than her still being locked up, that's for certain, but something was a little off about it.
You suspect something's going on? Foul play?
Something must be going on. But I can't put my finger on it. She wasn't being very clear. She wasn't sure if she wants to come back to college. I don't know when I'll see her again.
Shouldn't it be the university?
Sounds like it's really affected her.
It's just... I hope it doesn't ruin things. Her academic career, everything, you know? So many people think that where there's smoke, there's fire. It's bloody unfair.
You don't know she's not coming back.
No, but I know there are people who'd much rather she didn't.
I wouldn't like to be in her shoes, that's for sure.
This Cold War suddenly feels a bit real, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm with you all. There's definitely the big sus. Also, just the structure of these mountains where the sun is kind of reminding me of one of the scenes from End of Evangelion, which is very poignant. Also, I could have done my entire life without knowing that Hideo Kojima's into mummies. That's something I could have lived my life without knowing, but here we are. Just went ahead and tweeted that one. Oh, this is incredibly safe.
Hello?
Hello? Shall I send it up?
Fuck yeah!
On the count of 3. 1.
Too late. I'll never tire of doing that.
Sorry, big stretch.
Taking all your readings? I've just completed mine for the day.
Oh, that was quick.
Oh, well, you know me. Ready for the walk back?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Although, there's something I want you to see first.
Sounds intriguing.
Follow me, you'll see.
But yeah, so I'm kind of curious as to what actually did get announced in the state of play. I'm guessing not a lot by the I'm guessing not a lot by the long and short of it. Although, like, Sony was hinting that they were going to be doing big announcements. But I'm not seeing any noise. I mean, was the state of play now? Did it just happen? I'm trying to find info on it. God, there is nothing. I mean, as I said, I saw the well, I heard about the Tekken 8 announcement, which honestly we were all expecting at some point. That's no great secret. Though I did catch myself looking at USB fight sticks last night. With my hands still giving me problems, I'm looking for other things that I can play that aren't you know, FPS titles and stuff like that. Now, wait, the Yakuza spin-off that never left Japan. Are we talking about the like the ye olde Yakuza? Because those games are feckin' awesome. Like, we get turtle racing and everything. Back when I was still at CA, my flatmate's friend could speak and read fluent Japanese, so I got to see a few of like the Japan-only Yakuza games get played and explained to me, and they're feckin' cool. Okay, so that's feckin' rad. So that's definitely something to be excited for. Like I said, I can't seem to find it. Just a Eurogamer's got something. Team Ninja announced Rise of Ronin, an PS5 exclusive RPG. Cool. That's something I won't get to see until it gets a PC release. Yeah, and everyone's down for more Yakuza. Tekken 8. Yeah. Like a Dragon. Oh, I mean, Bandai Namco announced a new third-person mech shooter. Alright. That's curious. I'll have to have a look into that, friends, once it's over. But yeah, no, that was kind of wah. Like, I mean, Tekken 8, hooray. But it very much strikes me that it's Tekken 7 with more improvements and additions. It looks like a very safe bet. Which is fine. Like, ain't nothing wrong with that. Stellar Blade. Oh, sorry. Sadie was saying that Stellar Blade looks very interesting.
Of course.
If you're into that sort of thing, I know I am.
We can make it to the top.
I don't know. It's just the preamble of.
Here, put one hand here. It'll help you up.
The preamble leading up to the state
I can
of
do
play
this as a girl. I can do it again now.
made it seem as if we.
Parents allowed you to climb this.
They didn't know. My brother took me.
Sorry. Let me find my focus again. Silly was saying that the Tekken 8 thing was pure cinematic of Kazuya and Jin fighting, so cool. Except without the grayscale filter. Oh, you're talking about like the Stellar Blade. That could be interesting. But no, there was a big pre-push from Sony that this was going to be a really big state of play. And it seems like a couple... I mean, I guess a new Team Ninja game is something to get excited about. And, you know, the localization of the other Yakuza games is great. But... God. You know what? Finding out that your broadcast was the same day as Nintendo's and didn't have the same kind of star power, that's gotta...
Those readings, Peter, I've been wanting to talk to you about them.
Are they consistent with what they've been reporting in South America?
They're not as high, but they're high. Oh, your equations still work. It doesn't disprove the model. We can still plot the paths of the air currents. But still, something's not...
Okay. That's a fucking big bird.
Keep down.
Oh, what is it?
The white-tailed eagle. Haven't seen one in years.
That's the size of a fucking car!
Caught something. This is special. thought they were extinct, poisoned by pesticides.
She's come out just for us.
A new life, eh? Oh.
Wonder if we'll see anything like that again. Wonder where it came from.
Oh yeah, EXO. No one is doubting the
makes me think,
caliber
where
of the
did it come
Nintendo news
from?
this
I
morning.
mean, the extra radiation. Where did that come from?
You sure it's not a quirk of all this new equipment?
Yeah. The Nintendo announcement this morning had so many bangers in. Metroid Prime 4, Pikmin 4. I know I focused a lot on the front mission announcements, but that's because I have this sinking feeling about them.
All the instruments
And that was just
can't be
one
giving
small
inflated
sliver of this
readings.
morning.
Oh,
Like,
come on.
the poor
Take my
Sony
hand.
PR team probably thought they were onto some fucking bangers, because Nintendo Directs never guaranteed to be, like, all bangers all the time.
Right. Let's try and work it out.
All right, so what do we know? We know the readings are at their highest down in the southern hemisphere.
And not as high here, up north.
Right.
It's being diluted somehow, is my thinking. Mixed in by all the currents.
That would make sense.
Well, it's heading from the south up to the north.
Yes. Your model of the air currents. That would prove that's what's happening, that there's this general movement north.
I think we need to find out where this radiation came from in the first place.
We've been running the model forwards all this time, but our starting point has always been South America.
I could look again at the model, perhaps.
Run it differently, you mean?
Run it backwards. See where these air currents originate.
The radiation has to be coming from somewhere.
Somewhere further south.
South of the Antarctic Circle, maybe? I don't know. Whatever this is, people are going to want to hear about it.
I hope so.
I think we might be onto something.
This is bigger than just clouds, you mean?
Bigger than clouds! Although I know you can't believe such a thing.
Clouds are the
might,
absolute
given the
pinnacle.
chance.
It might be what this paper's meant to be about.
This guy's knee socks are fucking killing me. Sorry. I know it's of the time, but these knee socks are killing me. I will say, I actually haven't had a chance to watch the new trailer for the renamed, originally Breath of the Wild 2. But it's smart that they're going for the naming convention they are. I've got to hand it to them.
Look at this.
Hey, hold on.
Now, for a team that
Just
only
want to get a bit higher. I know a spot.
for a team that didn't have a lot of luck with Zelda 2, I think they might be avoiding it. And also, like,
It's windy up here.
Majora's Mask's naming convention didn't hurt.
Cold. The very idea.
And yeah, I am enjoying the kind of the blend of this guy's essentially delving into his memories whilst going through like a period of serious challenge. Just imagine the warm Scottish Highlands. Now, having been on Ben Nevis and stuff like this, I can assure you that the chances of a day like this in Scotland are extremely rare. Especially...
Oh, it's a beautiful view.
Especially if you've ever said out loud, let's go for a hike.
It would be a beautiful thing.
It would be. If you wanted to do it, it would change the whole focus of the paper. You might be needing some help.
Would you like to help me with it?
And you're right, okay, you don't feel this knee socks with a kilt, that's valid.
Well, of course. It could be that beautiful subject I was talking about.
Oh, so now it's yours, is it?
Of course not. It could be ours, though. This beautiful thing. If you wanted it to be.
Aww.
Come here.
Nerds! Sorry. And nothing bad happened. The end.
I knew it wouldn't last.
What?
The rain.
Oh.
Think we could make it to those trees down there?
If we run.
Here it comes.
If it hits us, you could take my jacket.
Promise me that?
Promise you that.
Let's go then.
Sorry, Phyllis was suggesting that if the UK had a Pacific Rim Jaeger, it'd be called Highland Thunder. I don't know if you all saw that when Pacific Rim came out, they did a...
This isn't the way back, is it?
I know another way around. Don't worry. We'll get less wet.
Wait!
Exciting, isn't it?
Yes, but slow down!
I mean the new idea, the paper.
Yes. Yes, it's great.
There was a Pacific Rim Jaeger generator that created some incredible names.
Finally.
The standout British Jaeger that I saw was Big Ben, a bright red monstrosity. But there were a few other absolute glorious messes. Hey, well, I mean, sorry. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed it. There's still, I think, a little bit of this to go. I think this game was like either 3 or 4 hours. And as I said, I definitely appreciate the way in which this is unfurling everything, you know? Like, this guy going through an incredibly stressful experience, just kind of going over his memories as a coping mechanism, I think is a great way of doing this kind of like flashback storytelling. Wait, where? Alright, one of you two is an illusion.
It's so much better at night, don't you think?
Oh, it's beautiful.
I saw them setting up this afternoon. It was all chaos and scaffolding, but now it's more... Oh, I don't know. Exciting, I suppose.
Come ride the Blizzard Coaster. You'll freeze with fun and hypothermia.
You realize this is a big occasion, don't you? It's the first time you've taken me out, Dr. Hamilton.
No.
At night, in public. Not working, not hiding a wee anywhere. We're out courting.
Just feel the awkwardness from here.
Oh, you know me so well. Go on then, boys and their toys.
Sir, give me a gun.
Watch this.
Is it going to make me play it? So I end up, like, biffing it.
Good grief, what are you doing?
As you said, courting.
Are you now?
10 shots, sir. There you go. Knock down all the cans, the bear's yours. Or more likely yours.
I think this one's more for him.
Not many men can do what I'm about to do.
And you have good aim, do you? My knight in shining armor.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's see if that Sniper Elite 5 is about to pay off.
Well, I always thought I'd be good in the army.
If only books hadn't gotten in the way. Go on then, prove yourself, army man. Well now, maybe I had you all wrong. But you really don't need to prove anything.
That's it, my lad. Only another 5 of them. We'll make a soldier of you yet, Pete, my boy.
Okay, are we building up to some, like...
cheeky little bugger, spoiling our... Ah! You missed it.
No, I didn't.
That's enough, I think.
What's the matter, Peter?
I'm fine.
Are we, like, building up to some strange childhood trauma...
Clara?
Like, die-hard situation where we have to fight the Soviets in the snow? Like, okay. One of the things that I do love about experiencing titles like this and, you know, being in the indie space is never really quite knowing where things will be. Is this an action game? Is this a game about, like, espionage or, you know, lost love or stories or what have you? No clue. No clue. Like, our character is clearly becoming unhinged, but when you think about it, they've been in extreme temperatures and cold for at least a day and change. They've been awake the whole time. The vehicle's dead, they're hoofing it. You know, with only brief contacts with the person they're supposed to be saving. Like, they're in serious stress. And essentially descending into a state of unhinged nonsense to cope with that. It's fascinating. Like, this could be a horror story, this could be a love story, this could be anything. And I appreciate that.
Radiation. My God, what's going on here?
What kind of fucking carnival is this? Like, dude's not slept, probably barely drunk anything, probably hasn't fucking eaten. Because you do the old gobfuls of snow and stuff, but... Congratulations, you found a uranium mine. Oh shit, so that was kind of his hallucination, was the fair because of the great big wheels. Like, yeah, this guy's operating on no sleep and high stress. Of course he's gonna be freaking out. Oh, but sorry, I hope this goes without saying, but that's one of the reasons why I'm really enjoying this. I don't know why I seem to have the humor and the snark about me today, but like I said, I don't know where this adventure is going to take us. That I love.
Floyd, are you there?
Thank God. Tell me some good news.
Oh, not yet, Floyd, I'm sorry. There was barely any fuel. I've walked all this way.
Are you all right, Peter? Where are you?
It's not good.
That's some kind of base. Not the one we're looking for.
Another base. Are there any people there?
There were lots at the fun fair. Clara was there.
What the hell? Mate, are you keeping it together?
Yeah, no, there was no one. Just a mine. A radioactive symbol.
God, where the hell are we? Can you see anything?
Floyd, I can see the ship at last. Mountains, bay, ship, like we said.
You can see it? You can see the Norwegian ship?
I can. I can see it on the far side of the water. And there's a boat. A small boat on this side.
Okay, so that's something. Do you think you can use it to get across?
Sure, why not?
It might just kill me, but what else can I do? Except stay here.
Yeah, and that'll kill you too. You don't want to give up this close to the finish line. I'm counting on you.
We're not gonna die out here. You can count on me.
Please, listen to me.
Research some clouds, they said. It'll be fun. Beautiful paper.
You've made it this far. I know you can do it. Hello?
I'm here. I can do it. I just need to warm up.
No. If you hang around, we've got a problem, mate. There's a storm coming your way. I know because I'm in the thick of it now.
Piss.
You don't want to get caught out on the water when the river hits. Look, I know you're tired, Peter. But if you don't get moving now, you'll never cross the water. Who knows when the storm will clear? You've got to leave now.
It's all I've
Gotta
got,
do it
boys.
for us both,
You
mate.
know that. I'm giving it everything.
You have to. Please, Peter. I don't want to die here.
All right.
All right. Are you ready?
These weak arm spaghetti.
Yes. I'm ready.
Go on, mate. Go. Get out of there. Come on.
Fucking wee! Hey, River.
Peter, good to see you at last. You look well.
We were just talking about you, old chap.
Here, we got the first round in to celebrate.
Oh, lovely.
Celebrate.
Mediocre,
The paper's
lukewarm
going
British
shockingly
lager.
well at
Fucking
last.
wonderful.
It is, thank you.
John, your eminent professor, mentioned it. Gather you showed him an early copy.
Word spreads when something's good, that's all.
Never seen the man so delighted. So, I propose a toast. To Peter.
To Peter.
To me?
May this be one foot inside the club. So all in all, I hear it's been a very productive summer. Got everything you wanted in Scotland.
It's an inspiring place, yes. Very beautiful.
Oh, she is.
Don't be a dickhead.
What are you talking about?
My hands are clean. I just mentioned Clara.
That was it. Clara, good man, Peter. Like I said, inspiration.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna glass
Shouldn't I
this
say
guy.
anything?
Oh, of course not. It's not a secret. She's been helping.
Helping? Bit of note-taking here and there, filing.
That kind of thing. A lot of writing, too.
Oh, I thought it was more, assisting them writing.
I don't know where you draw the line.
Oh, I see. So wouldn't that make it a joint paper?
Sam, I think we all know that Peter is the real professor in waiting here. I think he knows better than anyone how much he put into it and who wrote what. Isn't that right, Peter?
Joe, what are you getting at?
And he's well aware his chances of promotion would be considerably lower if he'd only done half the work in collaboration.
I want to glass this guy.
No, I didn't know that.
Fine.
Collaboration isn't a bad thing.
No, I agree.
Unless, of course, you're that girl Molly, collaborating with a communist.
I think the word you're looking for is collusion.
Can I glass this
Well,
guy?
didn't work out too
Where's
well for
my
her
where's my
either way.
combat
Shame,
system?
really, I'd have
I want to
hoped you
yakuza this guy into the
Yeah,
picnic
you're right,
table.
you're right. Too complicated.
Bam,
I prefer
bam,
things
bam.
with fewer
Bam.
strings attached. Having the KGB and MI5 watching through the curtains, that would really put me off.
She did make herself rather visible. Has anyone heard from her since?
Well, she hasn't come back for the start of term yet, apparently. Beyond that, who knows? A vanishing lecturer.
Doesn't that worry you?
Not especially.
You're not
The
worried,
guinea
are you?
pigs approve my want of
no secrets to hide?
Yakuza-style violence.
I just think she was unfairly singled out.
It's all water under the bridge. New term, things will have settled down. Fresh start and all that.
My thoughts exactly. New term, new students. Speaking of which, what do you think of those two over there?
Them?
You what? You what? Hey,
Very nice, I'm sure.
Very nice.
Hold this, will you?
Are you leaving us?
Don't be so possessive, Peter. What are you, the wife? It's like you said, Sam. Never too late for a fresh start.
Go die in a
I meant what I
fire.
said. Hearty congratulations on the paper. You always had that passion, much more than the rest of us. And this sounds like that old conundrum, women or work. Just don't forget your years of struggle.
Bam, 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 bam.
Don't miss this opportunity now.
And what's this from downtown? It's the folding chair. Whoop chair.
Deserve.
All right, Joe. You've made your point.
I also understand, like,
Right.
it's not a critique of this game.
I'm off to get what I deserve. Don't wait up.
You're a disgrace, Joe.
Joe is
Absolutely
a
shocking.
He keeps doing that, doesn't he?
He'll stop it one day.
But what's there to stop him?
Oh, smallest waffle. I'm absolutely going to neck his pint. Joe is an amalgamation of all the horrendous university stereotypes kind of bundled into one packaged exterior, but we're not supposed to like Joe, and that's okay. Those are some good-looking clouds. I'm a little worried that it was...
Come on, Pete, pay attention. Heading the bloody clouds again. That's your problem. Pick up the oars and row like I told you.
You're not my real dad!
Faster than that, son. I want to keep them both in time.
Doing my best.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
I'm just going to flip this boat and leave Bad Dad out here to flounder.
Keep your weight in the middle, too. You don't want to tip us in. What a wonderful start of the holiday that would be.
Do you want to help?
No, this is a test of your listening, son, and trying to work things out for yourself.
I'm just going to drown him in this pond and
How'd
pretend
you
like it was
learn
an
if I did
accident.
everything for you, eh?
I didn't mean do it all, just take an oar maybe.
Well, say I did, and you could only work one oar. Then where would we be? We'd be going round in circles. Oh, now, look, there's a strong current coming up. It's a good test, son. Now, remember what I taught you, and this won't be a problem. Keep her straight and true. Strong arms. I said strong. No!
Trying.
That side, harder on the port side.
Help!
Jesus, Pete, that one.
You're not my real dad!
Oh, come on, give it here. Give it here. God, you get back there, I'll do it.
How is there an Antarctic pub? You know what? Don't answer that question.
I knew you weren't made for this.
You're drowned. I'm going to drown this shithead.
Maybe you're right.
Come on. Prove you can go the rest of the way. Current's not as strong now.
In Rebellion, just plug a hole in the middle of the boat, flip him the bird, and just wait for it to sink. How's your swimming, Dad?
I have done my best, Peter.
Have you? I would argue
Whatever you do in
exactly
life,
the opposite.
You can't expect anyone to do things for you. My experience.
He's a bad dad.
I won't always be
Yeah,
here to help.
he's a bad dad.
And there'll come a time.
Friends, if it wouldn't be incredibly obnoxious on the mic, I would crunch so many Doritos over him. Just drown him out with the crunch.
Ahoy! Good row, Captain Hamilton.
Oh, get me away from this thing.
Yeah, our character is
Well, it's
unhinging.
calm out there, but it's rougher than you think.
Although,
Well,
one
it
thing
does
that I'm
look
really
nice and
appreciating,
calm, you're right.
like, the way it's
It's
paced.
the current. Can't you see it?
It's very nasty ripples. It's practically a storm surge.
Aye, Lizzie, aye. But no, what's really interesting about this is that it's got a really solid pacing to it. That it started out like remembering things on the trip, and now it's gotten stressful and hard, and the weather's getting worse, and the stakes are getting higher. It's kind of that we've lapsed from memory into this amalgamation, this semi-hallucination, which is a hard thing to show. Like, usually when it comes to showing, like, you know, degrading mental condition in video games, we're really good at the bombastics, you know, the Dead Space, the Eternal Darkness, the exact opposite of Eternal Sunshine. And it's harder to show that slow ramping. To Stonewall Streams, Watto and welcome, hello, hello. Welcome to 1960s Bad Dad, Communism, and Snow.
Wind had been in another direction.
Oh, come here. Don't you know me at all by now? Come on, let's walk.
All right, thank you.
Well, I've got used to being this relaxed. What's it going to be like getting back to college, having to smarten ourselves up? I really like you like this, it's nice. Remember when we met on that train and you were so self-conscious about that suit?
And then some.
Oh, I remember. Seems silly now, eh?
Riverbed Terror.
You were wearing that lovely sweater you got on now, weren't you?
The guinea pigs have even stronger opinions.
It's a new colour for me.
Cha cha cha.
You sure about that?
Positive. Oh, strange.
I live in a tiny farm in a tiny flat.
Absolutely.
While you're out, I checked with the hotel and they said we could stay another night. And I thought, why not? Extend this holiday as long as we can. Extend the celebration.
Celebration?
Oh, you know, the summer of work. The fact that it's practically all done now. And perhaps we could celebrate us, too.
Fuck yeah.
Us. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Stonewall, I hope you're having a splendid
Mr.
day.
Absolutely, Hamilton.
Oh, stop it. I don't say it like that.
You do, and that's fine.
Ready to go home soon?
Not in the slightest. Oh, so pretty. Oh, look at these houses. Oh, if I had found someone I could row with, perhaps I could be living here.
Hey, I can row.
Well, that's good, because I think I might be in love.
Oh? Me too.
Oh, those two houses up on the cliff, look. Oh, which one should we have, the red or the blue?
It's tricky. Why not both?
Oh, go on, pick one.
The blue one's got better light.
Okay, blue.
My choice exactly.
Oh, almost like I knew what you were going to say.
Well, either house looks big enough for me. Maybe more than me one day.
Aww.
Family.
Well, like I said, one day.
Get dag.
What about your work? Wouldn't you want to finish that first?
Well, finish work before I settle down, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I love my work. You know I do. I'm not going to finish it. I'm going to keep going as long as I can.
Oh.
I don't see why it has to be one or the other.
Well then,
If you give up
that's
work to
fucking
have
lovely
children.
of you. We've actually got Floydo joining us on Thursday
No,
for a bit of streaming.
I think the thing is, I wouldn't expect a man to give it all up. Not if he really loved his work. So why does the rest of the world think that we should give it all up? I keep thinking about all these bright young women I'm teaching and I'm scared. I'm I'm scared that despite all they've achieved, despite the fact that they're walking out into the world with a degree from Cambridge, the first thing they'll be asked is how fast can you type?
You're probably right. It's a real waste of talent.
It really is a waste, you're right.
and down
Even
under
the
dwarf,
jobs
to
they
be
get, they're not
continued.
expected to keep once they've had children. All it needs is people to stand up to it.
No, you're right. I think women have every right to state their claim.
Not a woman this time. Women have been making a stand, throwing themselves under horses since the suffragettes. We need men to start fighting for it.
You can count on me.
Aww.
I hope you do make a stand. Won't become part of all that.
And Vanderbeest, thank
It's
you
not
for the
easy,
link.
you know. A lot of people are still living in the dark ages about all this. Your professor, for one, I'll bet.
Oh, he's not as bad as you think.
I wouldn't be so sure. He doesn't know about any of this, does he?
Well, just as we're getting to some really good moments, I don't want to interrupt it too much. But Stonewall, that's feckin' grand, and I hope the new job's doing real well. God, I don't know when the last time we nattered and hung out was. Ugh. But yeah, we're in basically Longship HQ number. What did we say? We're at 3 now, 4. God, time travel's weird. But things are going lovely over here. And yeah, so we're playing Happen Lance with Floyd on Thursday. So I'm really looking forward to that. I've been saving that game for a good long while.
This work?
Exactly. The work we've done. You will tell him, won't you?
Of course I will. I'll go straight to his office as soon as we're back.
Oh, notice how the music's getting more and more
Promise me that.
unsettled.
Promise you that.
Good.
This is good, isn't it?
Yeah, matey boy's not doing so well here. Yeah, so yeah, you're right, Lizzie. It is number 4. I read that as S halloumi. I must be hungry. The squeaky cheese. Amos, leave it. Oi, Amos. Mate. Don't tell me this boat's fucking frozen solid and all. Not the door I was expecting on the side of a ship, but okay.
Peter, marvelous to see you. Do come in. Take a seat. I have to say, I'm delighted.
You read the final draft?
Of course, all the salient points. I must say it's very impressive.
You think so? Thank you.
Not at all. It's your work. I think the direction you took it gave it something of real value. Well, as I say, quite apart from the climate side of things, the method you developed to track radiation, I can see it having far-reaching implications, and not just in your own field. It's marvelous.
I'm glad you think so.
First-rate piece of work, Peter. First-rate. This other name on here, Dr. Clara McKirrick?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Howdy.
And to the Dreamer, a howdy to you, friend. How many months is that? 46. Feckin' yo! Oh, well, and Stonewall again. That's really feckin' kind of you to say. Yeah, there's something about this. So what I reckon they've done is a low-budget motion capture, and then with like the clean, almost untextured 3D style, giving it that really crisp look, but allowing them to do a lot of expressive motion on a low budget. You'll notice the face and the hands aren't animated, saving them a shit ton of money, but they're able to be so evocative here. And to Dreamer, it's no worry, it's no worry. It's good to see you, friend. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Why would I do that?
Oh, well, I understand you probably had some little research assistants, but, well, we all have secretaries. we just don't usually put the name on the front cover of...
What are you suggesting?
Tell me, have you seen your friend Joseph recently, Samuel?
I have.
Doing so well in their new positions. I would dearly love to see the same for you, Peter. More for you, in fact.
Well,
Dean's being a cockwomble right
It will
here.
be so well deserved after
Smack
all
him
these
with his chair.
years, especially after the risk I took.
He's such a piece of shit.
A boy from a grammar school, first in his family to make it to university, you know what I'm saying. It's been really wonderful to give you this opportunity. I would just hate you to throw it away by misattributing your own hard work, that's all, for whatever reasons you might have.
Throwing it away? What do you mean?
I mean, there is a world of possibility out there for you. Well, as I say, it really is very good, and I'm not the only one who thinks so.
I'm just going to chuck him through the window.
You've given it to someone else already.
I knew a few who I thought might be interested.
Hadouken! Sorry.
I thought you'd be pleased. In fact, I think you might want to prepare yourself for being the center of attention for a little while. I'm sure you would be able to cope, but
do it.
I think it's perhaps not quite the sort of thing you'd like to foist on a young woman's shoulders.
I see. And okay to foist upon a man's, of course.
Quite. And I've no doubt you'd be up to the challenge yourself.
It's treason, then.
With this name on here, there is a good chance it will cause problems.
I'm sure I could handle them.
This isn't all about you, I'm afraid. There could be problems for everyone. Clara was close with Molly Shannon, wasn't she? The one suspected of being a communist spy.
I'm afraid I don't know.
Well, it's true. How close they were is the real question. Clara joined Molly on that anti-British protest march, I hear.
People are saying Clara's a spy now.
Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's started digging. Yet.
I'm just going to beat him with a chair. We're all in agreement on this, right?
Believe you are either with this country or against it. Some of the benefactors of this college, for example. My father used to call this university one of the greatest contributions Britain has made to the world. I would agree with that. Wouldn't you?
One of the greatest? Really?
Well, you're about to get the greatest contribution I'm about to make to Cambridge, which is a hurricane from the top rope, you piece of shit!
I'd hate to be the one to undermine it.
I'm going to break you.
The affair with this Cambridge for business has been bad enough.
I shall break him.
We can't change the past, Peter. But we can learn from it. Before we fool ourselves into remembering it too kindly. Now, with this name on here, and the associations one might make, you see what I'm saying?
If you met Clara, I'm sure you'd agree her name should be on the paper.
Good God, Peter, I am trying to make you understand something.
And I'm trying not to choke you out with your own fucking tie!
The way the rod sets in, it's the slow knife. Members of this university were recruited to spy for the Soviet Union 10 years ago. Now, members of this university
we can learn from the
are
past, says
demanding
man who
we
refuses
lay
to
down
learn
our
from
weapons.
past.
The only defense we have against the very same foreign power. What happens in 10 years' time?
This game turns into John Wick in
What
the last
happens
5
to the
minutes.
integrity of this college in 10 years? If you share your work on a whim with a girl you've taken a fancy to, and what happens 10 years after that? Cannot survive by making oneself vulnerable. That is why this university is still here. That is why I am still here.
I'm about to do the best Jason Statham impression you've ever seen.
I hope you understand how much I care about your success. It's so common for work to fade into obscurity after it's published. It would be a shame if yours were denied my full-throated support Especially
How
after
can you
so
give
many
full-throated support if I HATA?
I cannot
Straight to the throat.
make your decisions for you, Peter. By all means, publish with Clara as a co-author if you're feeling generous, but if you do, you'll have to take your chances. It would be difficult for me to bring to bear any influence I have. By way of illustration, I have an address in Whitehall to give you.
Thank you.
Afraid I can't tell you much more now, but he's a good man. Cambridge man. And you may find there's one more reason to leave Clara out of things.
Boom!
I'm sure things will become clear soon.
I think you've made things very clear.
You rancid old cockwomble.
Let me know what you decide. Just knock any time. My door is always open.
Knock some sense into your old grizzly head. Steal his pen and jam it into his bloody goal. Alright, here we go.
Smoke. Someone's there.
The final ascent. Let's go, Norway. Let's go. Excuse me, I've just murdered the Dean of Cambridge and I need a lift. Yeah, Stonewall, you make an excellent point. He didn't say anything about me not beating the absolute, like, British snot out of him. It does make you realise how much, like, the Jerry Anderson stuff was incredibly progressive. No way! Oh, fuck.
Hey! Over here! Come back! Hey!
Just roll up into a ball, mate. You'll be fine. Just aim for the bones. Fucking wait. Sorry. I'm still thinking about, like, Jason Statham kung fuing the Dean through that window. What's the state of the face? To Hyperpoly, thank you for the follow as well. Wake up! Yeah, too bad he didn't take the flare gun. Not this dweebus again.
Marvelous to see you. You've come at the right time. Even the 37 for 4. Terrible state of affairs. Anyway, you said you wanted to see me about something, Pete? Something you wanted to let me know.
Clara came up with a big idea too. Financially.
What can I say? I respect your decision. I do admire a man who knows his own mind.
Okay, so we did actually... Alright, Telegram. Here we go. To send. Via Morse. Secret! Schwartz! US Antarctic Survey, stationed in Norway! SOS. Landslide collapsed main huts. Used medical training to help Norwegians. 1 man still injured, 2 men dead. Wolverhampton Hill, sorry. Suspected Soviet activity. Old ship beyond the mountains of no use. It's abandoned. Please send ship. Please help. Ah, piss. But that does mean that they've got a feckin' radio around here. So if we're lucky, one of these tents has got a radio and we can still blip for them to come back. If we're lucky.
Dr. Hamilton, Peter, how do you do? So good to meet you. How do you do? Excuse me, I won't be a moment. Still 3 o'clock, yes? Oh, no need to. Be very quick.
Is this the part where he climbs into a cauldron and uses a hammer to climb the mountain?
What if this is the Bennett Foddy prequel story?
Delighted you could make it to London. I do hope you get the time to enjoy it a little too, considering how busy you've been recently.
Thank you. I'll try to.
Good, do. Anyway, I imagine you're wondering why we asked you here. Well, it can't have surprised you that your field of study has been of increasing interest to us, especially since the war.
Oh, you're interested in climatology?
Oh, of course. The paper is going very well, I hear.
Well, it is now, thank you.
Oh, yes, your professor, John Hargreaves, passed us a copy. And it's impressive, the amount of information you've managed to gather. Although I imagine the process of gathering it was rather difficult on your limited budget.
I had some help.
Oh, yes, we heard about that. As I said, we were most impressed and wanted to make you an offer. Reward, even.
Cool.
Reward?
Well, you've no doubt taken your budget to its limits by now. What would you say if I could guarantee you a practically unlimited budget for further study? Ensure you had the best equipment, like the Americans. Take you right to the heart of things.
The heart of things?
I believe you traced the source of the radiation back to Antarctica, didn't you?
I did.
I'd say that warrants further study on location, wouldn't you?
Sure.
I'm glad you agree. We could place you with the Falkland Islands Dependency Survey working in Antarctica, scientist bods. Happy amateurs, very passionate like yourself. Of course, you'd probably have to sort a few things out with the other name we saw on the paper before you go. I hope that wouldn't be too difficult, considering what's on offer.
The other name, Clara, you mean?
Lovely name. Probably for the best she wouldn't be able to go.
Wait.
Oh, not my say-so, I'm afraid. It's run a bit like the army down there. No women allowed.
I don't think she'd like the idea.
I can assure you this is bigger than any one person.
Alright, you need to start saying the big people words.
I see. Well, you signed those papers on your way in earlier, so I'm at liberty to tell you a little more. Things in the Antarctic, they've been a little strained recently. Lots of vested interests, territorial claims overlapping. Some sides wanting to secure the resources under the ground. Now, this kind of thing has been going on for decades, of course.
What kind of thing?
Oh, the Germans were flying over there, dropping swastikas in big circles. Before the war, that is. All a bit ridiculous, really. Now, I'm afraid it's the Soviets we've got to contend with. Bit of a royal mess, if you ask me. Still, we're trying to work with them.
That sounds like a wise idea.
It was wise, or so it seemed. It should all be in everyone's interest, you see. Every country signed up to something called the Antarctic Treaty. All a rather clever bit of politicking that happened behind the scenes a few years ago.
All right.
Set up to ensure that Antarctica is used for strictly peaceful purposes. No weapons are to be used. No one can make any future claims on the land. Now, if it sticks, everyone will be frightfully happy. Every side content that they've staked their claim. No more aggression, let's say.
sounds sensible.
You'd have thought so. We've managed to placate the Soviets so far. This is all strictly confidential, but the sounds coming from Whitehall are not good. We're rather worried that it might all fall through.
I'm sure you are, but how does this affect me?
Well, in addition to the climate science you'd be able to do, tracking the radiation in the clouds and so forth, we'd like you to inform us of any other sources of radiation out there, what the readings are. If there are any bombs being set off on the continent, it's important that we know as much as we can about them. We don't know what the Soviets might do next. You'd be using the very best equipment, as I said.
The best equipment being
Useful
and
for your
bloke and a
career.
plane.
Useful for us.
This is still climate science, yes?
Absolutely right. The less we're involved, the better, really. But as I say, if you can help us in this small way, it would certainly help that career of yours.
My career's fine. Thank you.
Well, after speaking with a few people, Professor Hargreaves, for example, I'm sure that whatever your academic ambitions, after working on something...
So we're getting
important
recruited as a
you'd have no trouble
spy.
progressing.
Alright.
And
I feel like
if
I never
nothing
know where
else,
this game's gonna go.
Think of the
Like
adventure.
in a good way.
What a reward it would be for all your hard work. What do you think?
All right. I'll consider it.
Please do. Sorry, I've got a meeting in Westminster in 20 minutes. We'll have to cut this short. It's been very good to meet you. Do let me know.
So TLDR, we're actually in a good bargaining position. They need us.
If this Clara thing feels like a sticking point, all I can say is sometimes we all have to answer to something greater than ourselves.
And you
Why
need
not
to
think of it
answer
as an
to these
opportunity?
nuts.
For you, and to do what's right.
What's right?
I'm sure you understand. Women come and go. This is for your country.
At least they've got some booze. Alright, some more stories. Transcript of received message from US military attaché. Okay. Norwegians aware of emergency. Norwegian Navy sending sister ships for rescue. Will's forgotten how to speak words. The cold is setting in. Keep watch for scout plane. Landing craft will receive all at 1800 hours. Prepare stretcher for injured man. Transport to landing area. Yes, we kind of biffed all of that. Start a fire, mate. Get your fingies warm. Can't save your mate if you can't use your hands. An international man of meteor... Oh, God. Sorry, Stonewall. That's incredibly funny, and I apparently have forgotten how to speak people words. The international man of meteorology. No. I gave it 3 runs up. I biffed them all. I'm sorry. Suffice to say, that's exceedingly funny, and I'm sorry I biffed it. It's just that... I tell thee. Oh, look, it's a little car. Maybe it's full of gas. We can go get our mate. Oh, puppies, you're fine. Yeah, River defended the house. It's okay, people words are hard. Thank you, Stonewall. I'm doing my best. Alright, here we go. Now it turns into kind of like a dark sand.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Neo Shadow, what ho, friend? Hello there.
What ho?
least you can get warmed up in the ruddy car.
There's nothing. No map, nothing.
Turn the bloody car on. I tell thee. Okay. Well, Stonewall, it's lovely chatting with you. To be continued. And I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. And Neo, I should have said a proper thank you for 46 months, because that's a whole bunch of time. I really appreciate it. This has been a fascinating little arty game we've been tinkering about on today. And it's a really good example of doing an emotional story on a budget. Oh no! Listen you! Cambridge jumped up, wee wank! Get to feck, we got to save your mate! Go, 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 go! Rolling around at the speed of sound. Sorry, Wraith or anyone from Scotland. I do not mean to inflict upon you my terrible, terrible voices. Oh man, this thing goes way faster than the Mini. I take it back, get me one of these Norwegian mother hummers. I'll drive this shit down to Freddy's all day. Although, as people were pointing out earlier, I need to make sure that I get rubber composite tracks, not metal tank tracks. Look at this go! Fucking wee! Fucking wee! This is just like getting one of the trucks in Death Stranding. Alright, there we go. Nah, dude. Let's go, dead ahead. What? The fuck? Where?
Earth was that all about?
Well, cowboys, of course.
I mean, I might
Oh,
enjoy
okay.
it if I was a 10-year-old boy, but it was just boys and their toys again.
Is that a bad thing?
They're presenting themselves as if they're heroes instead of the land grabbers they actually were.
Think of it as a bit of harmless escapism, that's all.
I know what you're about to see, that they were just men testing themselves against the world.
But that's important.
Who says so? Fine, I'll stop it now. And another thing, where are all the women? I counted one, she was a cook.
She was a very pretty cook.
Are you serious?
What? She was.
Oh, don't talk to me.
The Scottish accent's coming out
Only
proper.
teasing. I do see what you mean, really.
It's depressing. Just turn the radio on, would you?
Of course.
Hello, this is the BBC.
Not getting much.
The Prime Minister has urged for calm after news from Washington emerged tonight that the Antarctic Treaty is on the brink of falling through. Neither Britain, the United States, nor Soviet Russia could reach a deal.
But an extremely armed polar bear with a gun may be able to solve things.
There is now the risk that there will be no agreement to stop any active aggression in Antarctica. After pinning the blame firmly on what he called Russia's continuing aggression, the Prime Minister warned that the next steps are far from clear, and that in this climate of mistrust, the world needed to stay vigilant. It remains to be seen who will make the next move.
Enter polar bear with a shotgun.
Hey, stop shooting, you mad fool! Oh, he's hit the engine. You've hit the engine! What have you done? It's you, mate.
Yeah, it's fucking me! You've killed us both!
Mind. Sorry, mate. I thought you were a bloody Russian. Not a bad shot, though. I gotta catch us a gull for our tea. You hit the vehicle. The engine's dead. You satisfied with yourself? Never felt better. Took the last of those painkillers and a drop of whiskey sorted me right out. I thought I'd go for a walk. You found whiskey? I had that all along. Save it for special occasions. Birthdays, Christmas. Crashing in the middle of bloody nowhere. Is the radio on? Ah, yeah, had to get away from those beeps. Better out here. Why didn't you just turn it off? Why don't you leave me in peace? Can you move yourself? I'd rather stay out here, mate. Fine. I'll leave you to freeze to death, shall I? Come on.
Yeah. Congratulations. We had the vehicle that would save us, which you just killed. Well done. Plebeian.
You gave me a scare.
Don't know what was going through my head. That bloody noise on the radio was driving me mad. Do you know there's a Russian voice that appears on that channel once in a while?
Are you sure you're not hearing things?
Huh? I might have been out of it for a while, but I know what I heard. Yeah, sounded urgent, whatever it was. Same phrase over and over. Oh, Jesus, this leg.
Do you think the Russians are still out here?
Bloody well hope not.
Well, I hope someone's here.
They don't want us here, you know? Why the hell should they save us, eh?
You don't know that they wouldn't help us, do you?
Whatever you found out there, you weren't supposed to see it. If you think some Soviet's going to be happy to see you get out of here alive, you got another thing coming. And personally, if I saw one out here, I'd make sure he didn't make it home either.
Like the fucking car?
Before he did the same.
Alpha Romeo Lima, this is Faraday. Faraday Station calling.
Answer the fucking radio.
Are we glad to hear you?
Hello? We picked up a distress call from this frequency. Can you hear me? Over.
Yes, I can hear you.
You're very faint. Can you tell me your position? Over.
Floyd, what's our position?
82 degrees south, 19 west.
We're at 82 degrees south, 19 west. Hello? Hello, can you tell me what's happening? Why is everywhere deserted? Over.
Hold on.
What the hell are they doing?
It's possible that there's been some sort of radiation leak. The Soviets have been broadcasting a warning signal which might have triggered an evacuation. We think that your location is within... I'm sorry, I can't tell you anymore.
Oh, shit.
There's no imminent danger. Can we confirm 82 degrees south, 19 west, correct? Over.
That's right.
We're sending a rescue party out. Hold on tight. Over and out.
Wait, don't go.
Rescue party.
They're gone.
Yeah, this is going to be less a pick up and help, more.
That again is too bloody sinister. Turn it off. Ah, well, ain't that a beauty?
Well, at least we talked to someone.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Oh, come on, you heard them. They're sending someone out.
Well, I hope so, mate. We're both in line for knighthoods if we make it out, that's for sure.
You still need to sober up.
Your government loves to give out honours to failed Antarctic explorers. Otherwise, the whole endeavour would just look nuts. Shackleton, remember him? Marooned most of his men on an island for a year.
No.
They were pioneers, surely.
Robert Scott, he got the polar medal, didn't even make it home. Heroic failures. Just like us.
Sure wish you'd saved some of that whiskey for me, buddy, but alright.
How does Sir Peter Hamilton sound? Anyway, that's if we make it out. Hope they find us before the food runs out.
Well, I found you again, didn't I?
Yeah. You did, mate. You did. Which reminds me, how did you find the plane again?
Dumb luck.
No, come on, seriously.
Well, no, it was lucky. Spotting the flares that you sent up.
What's that? I never sent up any flares, mate.
Where?
Yes, you did. Stop messing around.
No, the flare box was empty. Not been checked in years, my guess. Bloody panicked me for a while.
I saw them with my own eyes. How else do you think I got back to you?
Search me. Why don't you take a look out?
Brilliant. So you killed our only means of escape. And there've been flares popping off, but because you've been jumped up on painkillers and whiskey, you didn't spot them. Brilliant! Great! Wonderful!
There it is. That's not far away. So there is someone else out here. Do you think they're friendly?
Chances are no. We're gonna need more food soon.
We're not eating the... Actually, I would have eaten you at the beginning of the game, mate, so I'm not going to judge you.
Would you believe?
Don't mess with that thing again. You've done enough damage.
Here. One bullet left.
Why the hell do I need this?
We know there's something going on, but we don't know who that could be out there. All I'm saying is, be on your guard.
I'm not shooting anyone.
Just raise it up when you approach. That's all. Make sure you're the one in charge. If in doubt, make sure you're the one that fires first.
This is a bad idea.
Just the one.
I mean, I will say, taking the rifle away from Carslayer here isn't a bad shout.
So, you gonna wait around here all day then?
Oh, I thought I'd stop in for tea.
I'll be back soon.
Pop the kettle on.
Oh, whiskey, mate. I'll be happy as Larry. And I've got this. So,
I can eat my own leg later if I get very hungry.
fine. Make sure you don't get that knighthood posthumously.
Not doing it. Game can't make me. Actually, the game can make me do this because I don't think I'm getting any closer to the snowmobile. Excuse me!
Of course it's a flare gun. Thank God.
Не стреляй! Я друг! Don't shoot! Friend!
Who are you?
Russian! Engineer! Friend!
What are you doing here?
I'm getting very cold. You?
Me too.
You are right.
See? I didn't shoot the guy in the face. We survived.
Peter, marvelous to see you. You've come at the right time. England are 37 for 4. Terrible state of affairs. Anyway, you said you wanted to see me about something, please. Something you wanted to let me know.
There isn't.
All right. Well, have you come to a decision?
Clara and we're too close now. I can't take off.
Now, smallest
I
waffle, we
must
can pull
say,
the gun on the
I
Dean.
admire you.
Ha ha!
It takes conviction to stand by a principle like that. As I've always said, your decision.
But we still went to the Antarctic anyway.
We'll be fine.
Better in a... I mean, Jesus, at this point, even better in a gulag than turning into a motorcycle.
What the hell? Hey, what are you doing? Get the hell out!
This man is not in good condition.
Jesus. Peter. What have you done to him?
Maybe I saved his life. For now.
For now? What, till your band of merry men turn up?
We need to leave. Can this plane fly?
What?
Are you the pilot? Can this plane fly?
Peter! Peter, what's going on? Why do you bring this damn Soviet agent in here?
I didn't.
We need to leave.
You can bloody leave. The British are coming for us.
No, no.
They're coming, all right. Just not for you.
No, nobody is coming.
You could think what you like. We're staying put, and you, my friend, could get the hell out.
I tell you, there's nobody else out there now. We need to move.
Who the hell are you?
What are you doing?
Telling you to piss off. You and however many comrades you have out.
You do not know what is at stake. You do not know anything. We will die here. We need to...
Dave!
We do not have time for this. Now, can this plane fly?
It doesn't matter. We just need to wait till our guys arrive.
What is it? Is it the engine?
We don't need to fly out.
If it is the engine, maybe I can fix.
How the hell did you get here in the first place? You must already have transport.
He's got a vehicle.
Yeah, I had one. No fuel.
It's true. It stopped in the snow.
Well, what happened out there?
I didn't need to shoot anybody.
The man is right. And not feeling very well, I think.
Yeah, what's this about a vehicle?
I told you, the vehicle is dead. But you have one. I saw it outside. Will it move?
This man put a bullet through the engine. It's dead.
He likes his weapons too much, I see it. Here. Have it. So, we need to fly or we die here.
Die here? What's going on out there?
It's a radiation leak, is that it? It's been contained, they told us on the radio.
No leak, an explosion. They are dropping a nuclear bomb.
No, you're wrong.
Soon. You have radio? You have heard countdown? Beep, beep, like Sputnik?
Oh, that. I mean, it's all right. They told us it's nothing.
It's just a radiation warning.
It is countdown. We do not have long. You have
Well,
heard it's
fuck.
getting faster, yes?
Quick question. Do any of you know how to fix a plane? Because I don't. I'm hoping this doesn't turn into like a super hardcore, like, plane sim.
It is getting faster all the time. The faster it gets, the less time we have. We need to leave.
No, they're coming. They said they'd keep broadcasting.
Amos,
so
you're
we
fine,
knew they
baby
were on their
boy.
way.
And are they?
Peter, turn the dial. Can you hear anything?
Hold on.
What's going on?
There's nothing there.
Christ almighty.
I am engineer. Maybe I could fix the aircraft if you would tell me what. Do we just need to pull it out of the snow? Is there damage?
No, it's in good shape. I saved the plane, but it's more complicated. Frozen carburetor, that's my guess.
You have lighter? Something to heat it?
Wait. Here.
Then I can fix.
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here!
No, don't worry. If I am careful, it will be enough.
Then we're all right. We're saved.
Maybe we are all saved.
Jesus! What is happening? Saved by a Soviet!
Do you think we can trust him now?
What else have we got?
It doesn't matter where he's from. He might be the only man within a 1,000 miles who can fix this aircraft.
Shit's getting tense.
Lucky you didn't kill him.
Yeah, lucky you couldn't kill him.
Yes!
Well, what is it now?
That's not a good
Say,
night.
you land the plane well, but there's a hole underneath. In the fuel tank.
No, you said you saved the plane.
Oh, I saved us, didn't I?
Yeah, I did. I can close it up, but that is not the problem. There's no fuel.
Can you check again?
There is nothing.
Oh, Christ.
Then it doesn't matter even if we fix the engine.
There would be no point.
We're screwed then.
Yeah, unless there is fuel in the wing tanks. Maybe?
Not this time. Flying light.
Then we are, as you say, screwed.
What about the fuel in the car?
Yeah.
It's okay, baby.
Might as well make use of that lighter. Not your usual brand, I would guess.
Thank you.
Seeing as we're all doomed, might as well be mates. Take it you don't have any out there anymore.
Comrades. No.
What were you doing out there?
Same as you. Looking for help. I was following everyone as we evacuated. In the storm, we could not see each other. My vehicle ran out of fuel. I was behind them. They did not see me stop. Maybe they reached the coast before they even realized.
They just left you there.
I was desperate. I prayed for them to come back, but I knew they wouldn't. The snow covered our tracks, and they had their orders. They wanted to survive. They would have been crazy to come back.
I can't believe it.
Well, you have not been so lucky too.
Storm got us both, eh? Well, your English is very good. I take it you're not a spy.
This would be very bad spying.
I like that.
No, I am engineer and a translator too sometimes. I could help translate British and American radio traffic. That makes me think. What were you doing here?
All right. In this new spirit of international cooperation, you might as well know. I was asked to take this gentleman out to the big British science base down south. He was supposed to be studying there. That right, Peter?
Climate science, the clouds.
Yeah, that's what we told everyone too.
You were doing climate science here as well?
No, officially. Unofficially, it was a little more than that.
You were studying something else?
We were studying you. I am surprised you did not know. You you have been studying us.
No, I was going to study radiation in the clouds.
Climate science, yes. So, maybe it is you who are the spies. Yeah, but it seems you don't know all our secrets just yet.
I saw the mine.
You made it that far?
I did.
So, you saw the base where we live?
It must have been awful there.
No, we packed everything up in the big trucks before they left.
Collect some food, maybe some...
You don't think we really live like that? You must have thought we were animals.
No, I didn't think you were.
Well, who says you're not?
Oh, he's being fun here.
He's getting drunk.
Well, there's not much reason to lay off it now. So what were the rest of you doing out there?
We monitored that mine, checked for leaks, monitored for radiation levels. But we monitored other things.
Alright.
Other mines?
Monsters are still on the cards.
Your bomb tests?
No.
Monsters.
Your bomb tests.
No.
Yours.
No, the British don't test out here. The Antarctic Treaty prevents them.
It should prevent the Americans too. But this does not stop them. Oh, it's interesting what they have told you. Did they tell you to study our bombs?
No. I mean, not in those exact words.
Did they tell you you would really be studying your own?
I don't like what you're suggesting.
I don't know what they said, but our government, they lied to us.
Well, my government wouldn't.
Oh, come on, mate. You were in that room.
We know British bombs have been getting too close. Shock waves from one caused a landslide, killed 2 men.
Ah, yeah.
The Norwegian base?
Yeah, I believe so. We don't test here, seems you do. And each time your bombs go, they make more places unusable, like the mine.
It's okay. Amos, you're all right.
Are you saying that's a British bomb that's gonna go off?
No. This bomb is Russian, and it will be dropped right over the mine.
Amos, you're okay.
Wait, you destroy your own mine?
Yes, the mine is old, they can leave it. But they want to destroy it, to keep it a secret.
Nice way to keep a secret.
Yeah, very bloody inconspicuous.
Maybe they think it is better this way.
Better than everyone discovering what they've been up to? Stockpiling uranium, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Surely there'd be some kind of retaliation.
Maybe they think they can just say it is a test.
It sounds bloody risky. British and the Americans would expose it, surely.
What, and risk revealing that they have been breaching the treaty too? They are just as guilty.
It's all just flag waving. Bullshit, I don't care for it. I'm trying to stay clear of that stuff since the war. Still caught up with me.
I also do not care about taking sides. I am tired of their secrets. I just want you to get home.
We all wanted to go home.
Oh, we are all the same. Oh, I know. There's a plane with a bomb on it. And that is what the countdown means.
And we're stuck in the middle of it all.
Yes.
Can't believe there's no fuel.
No fuel. And no escape.
Not where I thought this game was going.
It's getting worse.
He's keeping a stiff upper lip about it.
I do not understand it.
Don't worry, a British thing.
did not think my final cigarette would be British.
Here. Might as well go the whole hog. Not like I'm keeping it for later.
Maybe not in your condition. I don't think he can hear
Come
me.
here. Baby boy, come here. You're okay.
When it comes, what do we see? Flash of light?
You're okay.
It'll be quick, right?
Amos.
I hope so.
This is not the time to stress out. These guys are stressing me out. You're okay, baby boy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I wonder where it came from. Bottom of the barrel, maybe. Oh. Ah, he's coming round. Thought you were completely out of...
You said you wonder where it came from.
What?
Something about barrels.
Ah, yeah, so you did hear us, yes. Yes, mate, I was talking about barrels. Don't worry yourself. Unless you've seen some barrels full of fuel for this aircraft.
I've seen barrels.
What's that?
Barrels? What kind? What color do you paint your aircraft fuel barrels?
Red with a white stripe.
Yeah, I've seen them, lots of them. The British base, that way.
What, you little beauty? Why didn't you say?
I didn't know. I didn't know they were for aircraft.
How far is the base?
It's not that far. It's walkable.
No, we need one. Someone needs to go.
Two right.
Yeah, there's only one who can go.
What? No, he's in no fit state.
No, he's fitter than you. You cannot walk.
You could go.
I have to fix the engine. We may already be too late. Come. We need rope.
Hey, where are you going?
We need to pull the aircraft out of snow first. Come!
Do we have the time now?
Do we have the choice now? Come!
Alright, here we go! It's just drunk in the snow.
You be careful with my baby. Don't mess up her tail.
You count 2, 3. We pull together after.
I'm barricading for you guys.
1. 2. 3.
3.
Woohoo!
Hey! That's the bloody stuff! Top work! Good job!
Give me that.
What?
We need you sober, you fool!
Hey, that's for my leg, mate. I need that!
You need to show me engine. You, we need fuel now. You know which way to go.
Towards that red light.
There is weather coming in. It can come in very fast. You need to be quick. You can do this. We need you to do this. Please.
I can do it.
We will die if you can't. I need to fix engine. If I finish, I come. But you are on your own now. Please. Go! Go!
How are we gonna find our way back? But no, one of the things I'm finding fascinating about this is that a lot of this kind of, I know Fearless mentioned Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, like the old style of spy, political thriller, that kind of element. It's a harder thing to do, especially in games, because of all the guesswork and the obfuscation and the are they, aren't they. But the way this game is structured is that it's been mostly about our character and his relationships and his work. And the spy element's kind of been sneaking and creeping up on us, and then it hits. It's got a quick slow dance in the mirage of the snow with my Oh, dream wife? Everything's been a bit wibbly wobbly.
I have to go.
Oh yes, the dreamer, according to the dean, our
Promise.
secretary. Yeah, but I gotta go get the fuel so I can get.
You lied.
Oh, we did end up taking her name off of the thing anyway.
Get away from me.
Clara, wait.
Not now.
Clara, come back.
It could have been so good, Peter.
Well, wait, it is good. It's getting published.
I'm not talking about the bloody paper, Peter. Christ. Us.
Well, we are good, aren't we?
Well, you might be, but I'm not sure I know what's going through your mind anymore. After everything we've done, after you promise you that.
Promise you that? What?
Ow!
Wait.
Clara!
Don't you worry about me, Peter. I'll be fine. Going to see your professor, were you? Oh, well, more fool me.
I did go.
I should have known you'd always back your little boys club over me.
Wait!
You had no intention of telling him how much I've done.
No, I told him.
Word gets out, Peter. I didn't think it at the start, but you're just like the rest of them.
Wait!
You, of all people. Still, that's my fault, I suppose.
Fault? No, nobody's at fault.
I thought you were different. Not introducing yourself as Doctor this or Doctor that when we met.
No, I introduced myself as Dr. Hamilton, but that doesn't matter.
Did you? Oh, and I suppose you didn't run away from my lecture that time. Didn't go on that march together. Don't like 2 sugars in your bloody tea. It's like when we were talking about living in that red house by the sea. What was so frightening?
Wait!
Why the big panic?
I didn't panic. We had a discussion.
I don't remember one.
Wait, no, you're the one who's wrong. It was the blue house, not the red one.
Your memory, Peter! I can't even thinking straight.
Yes.
I know what happened. I was there. Perhaps you were miles away again. Are you even here now?
Yes. Here, yes, absolutely.
Peter! Were you ever here?
I'm here now! I'm here.
I'm not gonna be fooled by this any longer. Do you actually believe yourself?
I don't know.
You betrayed me. I'm not forgiving that. I can bloody well promise you that.
What? Yeah, Immortal Len, I think you might be right.
Peter, marvelous to see you. You've come at the right time. England are 37 for 4. Terrible state of affairs. Anyway, you said you wanted to see me about something, please. Something you wanted to let me know.
Wait, what's B?
The paper's mine.
Oh,
I'd
shit.
like to take Clara's name off.
I am pleased. I think you've done the right thing.
Up. It is not far. You nearly made it.
Nearly made it. I was so close.
We can do this together.
Teamwork.
It is better with us both. Take that side. And push. Push. Stay straight. Say straight. Straight. And true. Straight and true. Got it all wrong. Come. Together, come. There is no time. Please. Up. You must get up. Go.
All right, here goes nothing. You ready to go get that knighthood?
Go.
Here we go.
It could be ours, though. This beautiful thing.
Fuck!
Come
here.
Oh, I knew it wouldn't last.
What?
The rain. Want to go back?
You go. I'd like to stay a while.
Are you sure? You know what you've got to do? You know the way?
I'll find it.
Well, okay then. You take care. I wouldn't want to lose you now. Bye then.
Bye.
Yeah, Bismarck, this is actually the long-form prequel to Splatoon 1. Yeah, Salem, what about Indiana Jones? He survived in a fridge. Holy shit. Fuck, that was good. See, now I want to know if the little details we chose were meant to like lead up to all the... Fuck, that was good. Holy shit! And of course, the tiny details. I mean, they all make feckin' sense now. Yeah, it does look like they had quite a fair wedge of peeps working on the mocap, so like props to them. You're okay, baby boy. Oh shit! I wonder if it's the Olivia Wood that. Oh, I hope so. An industry friendo. Yeah, Immortal End, you know what? It was weirdly satisfying. It didn't feel like we got hoodwinked at the end by things we couldn't have known. It didn't feel like the game went, because you chose 1 sugar news tea instead of 2, fuck you, bad game over. Jeez, what an experience. You know what's fascinating is that people have tried to show me some of the old school spy stuff, and I've always ended up like kind of losing my interest in it towards the end. But for some reason I found this wonderful. Oh yeah, and Fearless, yeah, the way it lined up all of those choices in front of us I thought was fascinating. Hey Miss Baby Boy, you wanna come say hello? We're doing the credits? Yeah. It just gave me a look of, I don't care about you. Where's me man? Yeah, come say hi. Come say hi, good boy. Good boy. You tried. But yeah, the way it presented each of our choices iconically, and then showed how they did or did not line up. The Dreamer says that they were finding it interesting because it's similar. It reminds them of the choices in visual novel. I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. Yeah, that one's fascinating. Yo, I'm going to take a quick break, friends. Do you want to do the behind the scenes? Do you want to do the behind the scenes? Because I need to pee, but I want to know more. Would you like to know more? Yeah, okay, pee break, and then we'll meet back here in a couple minutes, and then we'll do the behind the scenes stuff, because it's fascinating. Like I said, I want to know more on this. Hello, hello. I have returned. Dustin, Watto, and welcome. I don't know if I go for the full Zoolander explanation, but the plan for that is tomorrow. The plan for that is tomorrow. Holy crud, what a game. Like, holy feck. Okay, sorry. And breathe, and breathe. All right, so yeah, let's have a look at the behind-the-scenes features, because I'm genuinely curious on this one. I mean, Stonewall, it does mean that you've then got, like, a fair wedge of game for yourself. And this was genuinely fascinating. What we were talking about before is the way that UI reacts to your poignant choices and then reflects them back at you, I thought was feckin' fascinating. And I mean, we've talked a lot about in the past about kind of like the way in which games represent choices, even when you're not necessarily making a choice that will change the whole ass game, but it makes you feel like you could. You know, we talked a lot about this with like the Telltale's The Walking Dead and stuff like that, how they create this feeling like anything you do could change any part of the outcome, and they bring in that emotional anchor, that emotional weight with it. And I think that's really powerful. Even if there's no other endings to this game, even if there was nothing we could have changed or done differently, it really does feel like we could have. And the unreliable narrator, you know, that our character thinks themselves the progressive, the feminist, you know, fighting for their partner in a sexist world. But the truth of it is that when it came down to it, when it was finally their chance, they made justifications, but they still chose to support their career rather than the partner, despite saying. So anyway, let's have a look at what the behind the scenes gets us. Oh, okay. Alright, so this is fascinating. So this is concept art and research. The plan for the journey as it went round. Oh wow, so these are based on like actual places in the Antarctic. So we can kind of see where our little dude's journey. So we crash landed here, and then we trundled through, made it to this base here, which apparently is still or was functioning, which is kind of fucking cool. Then we went up through here. So this region was, this part was made up, alright. And then we made it across there on the snowmobile, the cool thing that fell over. And then this gave us kind of like the hiking cut between. And here was the mine slash carnival slash pub. But then this bit was a genuine place, which is fucking cool. And there's some photos from people who actually live out there. There was the truck. That's how far it took us. Made it right round. Until fucking Dingleberry shot out the car. Oh, this is fascinating. Like, honestly, the only thing I would have wanted for more of this would have been, oh, that's fucking cool. The only thing I would have wanted more on this is a little bit, almost like a little video of some of the development and stuff. Oh, this is fascinating. Oh yeah, so no, this was the Station F of Antarctica cert 1968. Fuck, that's so cool. Alright, I want to find out a little bit more about
The
this.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
Hey!
our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Fearless, that's fucking cool of you. The old fan of knives like it's no big deal. You managed to get Who-Can the 6th, Amos, baby boy. Although Amos sadly did not get a soul. Hello, baby boy. Dynamic Type, Mr. Crazy, Jamie-ish, and Ouch Potato EX, which is when you use one of the EX watches on a regular potato. I mean, yeah, Immortal End, the irony being is that they wouldn't have been able to make it out fast enough, even if he hadn't shot the radio out, but it's kind of fascinating. Could have driven the fuel tanks to the plane, you know, you never know. And here we go, yes, this is a Russian research vessel in the Antarctic in 2018. So it's fascinating because where I lived in New Zealand, you'd get some of the research vessels coming down through there, and they looked super cool. They were like dope sci-fi. Oh shit! And yeah, so apparently, yeah, someone did actually crash a fucking crash a bright orange plane there in '68, and there it is, uncrashed. Oh, Saidland, feckin' yo! I haven't actually started thinking about the base yet, but I also haven't started my build. But I've got all the pieces. At the moment, I've got to play Hunt the Missing Bit and do a few repairs on some Gundams. That's probably going to be my my next little hobby task. Oh, that was fucking fascinating. I am fucking glad I shared this game with you all. Because I will say, I didn't know where it was going. And it definitely went somewhere fascinating and interesting, and I would not have expected... I did not expect it all to come together in these wonderful interwoven elements. Oh, sorry, and Valkyrie Lantern and Sea Witch, good evening. Watto and welcome, hello, hello. Sea Witch, it was lovely. I mean, I'm not done right now, but we finished up the game, so if anyone's got any thoughts and feels on today's game they want to natter about, now is the time. Like, I'm genuinely fascinated by it all. I said to Dreamer, it still gave us the option to choose Clara, and I don't know if that was the correct ending, but the other one was the same icon for the blinking light, so I don't know what happens there. Like, would we have walked off into the snow and just kind of died of hypothermia rather than rushing back? One thing that did make me laugh is while I was in the bathroom, I was just quickly checking the. I was quickly checking the Discord. God, I cannot speak today. What is up with me? I was briefly checking the community hub and the discussions, and the #1 post, at least when I checked it while I was having a pee, was. Do not put honey on a burn wound, which I found very, very funny. God, sorry. I apologize for the multi-track drifty potato. Everything's been happening. Yeah, and Stonewall, I entirely agree with you. The simple polish, going for a very, very strong... timeline. No, okay, sorry. The heavy focus on mocap animation to give the movements that expression, and basically not worrying too much about hand animations and facial animations did so well. Now, obviously, it helped they had an incredible vocal cast that was just banging it out the park, but like, feckin' yo, they were able to achieve so much with, you know, a technically very simplistic title. Now, again, games don't have to be ridiculous, complicated, open world physics simulators. Again, it's about how games make us feel. It's about the experience they take us through. But holy crud. And it's one of those games that's kind of fascinating in that, like, I don't think we need to do another playthrough of it. I think it did a great job at showing us how our character had essentially, even with good intentions, had become so self-obsessed and self-focused as to miss all those details. You know, the one that really hurt was the difference between a red and blue house. Now, if I was a gambling man, God, my beard is all over the place. I'm trimming this nonsense tonight. If I was a gambling man, I would say that if we had chosen the red house, that Clara would have said, and we talked about the blue house, that it's not trying to hoodwink our choices. It was trying to show that we weren't really present in those moments. And yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say that the choice between Clara and the drum at the end was the difference between whether or not we got off the ground. Like whether our character just fully succumbed to exhaustion, hypothermia, and just walked out into the great beyond. Only to get nuked into the fucking ground. Yeah, I'm gonna be pondering that one for a while, you know what I mean? Yeah, and the Dreamer, that's what was so brilliant about it, is that, you know, our character wasn't present, whilst like, weaving in and out of these two narratives was fascinating. And I felt that it did a much better job about saying, hey, this is going to be an emotional story. And then being like, surprise, there's a spy plot in there. Did much better than trying to say to us, this is a British spy story from the 60s with a romantic twist. Like, I think that would have put us on the wrong foot. And one of the advantages this had was the amount of time that we got to spend dealing with that person's co-workers and the environment, and how they kept trying to hint that perhaps Clara was something to do with a communist plot. It's like, no. And it was fucking ridiculous that Molly was as well, but they just got caught up in, you know, in the old communist witch hunt. You know, Molly was too progressive and too red, and it cost them. But there was no like secret Cambridge conspiracy. We didn't have a mask off moment. But we were clearly unofficially recruited to spy for the British government, only to find out that maybe we weren't spying on the Russians. Maybe we were checking to see how much of the British nuclear tests had gotten out. We never get it solved, which is probably more in keeping with spy activities of the time, little snippets and pieces of the puzzle, never the whole thing. Sorry, Cryostic says if you choose the blue house, you end up going into Essex instead of Antarctica. You raised 2 kids there. Both of them are disappointments. God, it was just so wonderfully poignant. And I'm sure you all saw it, but like, I was making a few jokes throughout. You know, I just had a bit of the silly buggers about me. But what was brilliant is through the pacing, all of the things kind of came back around. You know? God. I mean, friends, this is why I love doing this. Like, when we find these little gems, because, I mean, okay, admittedly, this isn't completely unknown. It's had, like, let's say about, like, 300 positive reviews on Steam, which is really fucking cool. But out of everybody I know, we are the only people I know who have played through this. Right. This is fucking rad. Oh. Right, do any of you have any thoughts or feels you would like to add into this title before we bring our stuff to a close? Oh, also, friends, as a complete aside from all of this, Bee and Puppycat, the YouTube phenomenon, has recently dropped on Netflix. Except for, it's not actually the YouTube series re-released, it's a whole thing. And firstly, it has a lot of very, very, very cool talent that I did not expect. Secondly, do not underestimate it. I put it on to fall asleep last night, and that was a big fucking mistake. There's another one that's batting for 1,000, so, you know. Be ready. I just thought I'd, it's absolutely worth watching, by the way. It's just, brace yourself, it ain't nothing. Lost flowers. That is very kind of you to say. I am consistently a disaster, but I get to do this, which is what, oh, gives me some focus, lets me do some good in the world, you know? Right! You absolutely lovely Mother Hubbards. So, that was South of the Circle. Let me give you all, if you want to pick up a copy for yourself, or if you want to recommend it to others, there is the humble link. If you do not mind using partner link, I am extremely grateful because it keeps my dumbass alive. Yeah, you know what, Lost Flower? I'll compromise. I'm your disaster. Meet you halfway. Okie dokie. So, rest of the week stuff. So tomorrow I will be opening up my weird little corner of the internet for just helping peoples. And after that we'll be playing another extremely interesting indie game, but way different indie. Way different. Trying to think. Oh, sorry, I completely losing my brain. Thursday, Floydo's joining me on the show, and we're going to be playing Hap and Lance, which is a co-op, getting over it style game. You're okay, baby boy. Yes, I know. I know. Dan Floyd's joining us on Thursday. It's very good. Yeah, it's going to be very good. Friday is Sea of Thieves, but that will be potentially scary alerts and undersea nonsense. So, fuck me, I guess. And then on Saturday, we are all playing the Black Watchman together. So if you haven't played the Black Watchman, I'm cordially inviting you for a day of puzzle solving and ARG stuff. Alright? If you had played through it, don't tell us what happens, don't tell us how to solve it. Feel free to sit and just cackle. Let us be your afternoon's entertainment. Right, and that's all that's going on from me. Okay, so the other thing, if by any chance you haven't seen, so whilst I am peddling my wares for no charge to the lovely people of the Vidya Gamersphere, Tomorrow, I believe, is the very first stream that New Frame Plus is doing. Sorry, Playframe Plus on twitch.television. So, throw him a follow. This will be Dan's first foray into Twitch proper, and that's pretty bloody marvellous. Also, like, Dan Floyd's done a shitload to help out the Longship. A lot more than you lot probably know. So, least we can do is back him up on his first dive into our space. And like I said, I'll be here. I'll be here doing my thing, hanging out. Definitely making a good pot of coffee for tomorrow, let me tell you. Yeah, so that's the long and short of it, friends. Again, if you know anybody, specifically indie no budget, who could use some help from people who've had to live games industry nonsense, just point them to me tomorrow. I'll be setting up shop. I'll be setting up my little stand, and any and all are welcome. And here's the thing, friends. You know, I'll admit if I don't know something. I'm not gonna try and go like, what you need to do is dislocate your arm backwards. That's clearly what's gonna get you the indie nonsense that you want. Honestly, to Dreamer, I don't know if it's gonna be like Lucy and Peanuts or if I'm gonna be like a disheveled punk style. There's this one piece of art from Street Fighter Alpha 2 of Akuma selling fruit to kind of pay for his way around. I don't know if I'm gonna look like that or like some disheveled shaman, you know, like setting up shop with a stick and his big like cloak of old leaves and nonsense. Like, I have no idea, but I know it's gonna be interesting. I mean, Fearless, that's more of a AAA maneuver. Gotta be able to cover one's own arse. No, but seriously, if you know anybody that would benefit from some just straight up honest games industry advice, point my way tomorrow. That's what it's going to be about. Alright? I ain't charging. Okay, so that's long and short of it. So considering Tuna bought us a huge raid the other day, and they're playing Splatoon, which I haven't had the chance to go play, let's go hang out with Tuna. This has been a lovely day. Yeah. Oh, sorry, where are my feckin' manners? Not quite, Fred. Not quite, because I do need to say my thank yous. A lot of people threw in a lot of gifted subs today, and far more bits than I was certainly expecting. It's like, sincerely, thank you. The reason I'm going to be able to help people tomorrow is because you lot keep me around. And for as long as I'm here, I'm going to do what I can, alright? Specifically, as bits are still the biggest thing that keep us going, I'd like to say a huge thank you to Wolfcrad, Shackle Draconis, J-Post, Vanderbeast, Favor6, Asari Greenfire, Crux, Bacon Avenger, and Fearless. All of you, feckin' thank you, okay? To Caffeine, but also Rhymes, Moose, and Lizzie, thank you for moderating today. And we had a bunch of new followers. So to Hyperpoly, to Stonewall Streams, Necromass, and Thorin Greybeard. I hope we get to hang out and natter some more, you know? You got my dumbass 5 days a week. Now, to Kimball Dalzet, Playframe Plus, Bacon Avenger, Hayshift, The Giant Claw, Snarglebot, Arc Flash Hazard, Judica Jess, Cerebral, Uncle T, Not Howie, Luna Brechia, Kizazi? Gatekeeper Games, Bayonaut Cryo Sticks, Echo the Space Hippie, Lost Flowers, Big Blue Heron, Bismarck Mech, Hookshot, Captain Stephanie Barnes, Quad the Dreamer, Neoshot, Hooken, Jamie Ish, Ouch Potatoes, Dynamic Type, and Mr. Crazy. Whether you were hunted by Housecarl or celebrating massive long sprees, again, it's great to have you here. And those of you like handing out subs for Housecarl, you are making it so that other people don't have to deal with internet adverts, which are terrible. And last but by no means least, Thank you to the Herald of Chaos for bringing in a raid, because that means you trusted people with me. You trusted your audience with my dumbass, which is a huge compliment. All right, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Without further ado, I'm going to pass you over to Tuna, who is currently playing Splatoon 3. And I'm sure there's no one here that likes Splatoon 3. Big wink! No, seriously, thank you for a lovely day. I'm so glad we got to share this game. And yeah, it's... God. It's like Yorkshire puddings. It's light, but surprisingly weighty. Right. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Bleb at me on Discord, friends. And yeah, we'll go from there. Alright, have a good night, friends. See you later. Tomorrow we open our little stores to the world. I'll see you then, friends. Oh, shit! I almost completely forgot. Fuck sticks. Oh, we will have to postpone Blight of the Immortals for an evening. Alright, to be continued on Blight of the Immortals. Alright? Let's ride. Feck.